Hello and welcome. Welcome to the AstroPub, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the office hours. My name is Paul, Berserker01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Hold on 2 seconds. Refresh. Weird issue. Chat's not working properly. There we go. Hello and welcome. Hello and welcome. I gotta get that full thing down. Let's see who else is here. Who all is here? Jaded, 89 Dig Doug, Throppy. Welcome everybody. Welcome to the office hours. This is a stream that I do on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific on twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive, where we talk about the latest news, lore, and more from Star Citizen. It's kind of like a hangout AMA, sort of cover a lot of different topics, and we pull some of these segments out into what I call my capsules. And for you to watch if you're just more of a casual YouTube user, but you know. Hello, Saber Raven Mark II. What? Who the fuck is saying Saber Raven Mark II? Are y'all doing tea leaf reading again? Sometimes a cigar is a cigar, y'all. Are you talking about John Crew just petting a raven? Okay. I'm gonna go there right now. How do we know it's the Raven Mark II and if it's not just a raven? There's definitely a fire and a bird, so Firebird is usually a phoenix, though they could be called the Aegis Firebird. If it was called the Aegis Phoenix, I would laugh my ass off because that's just CIG not knowing how to name things.
You can take away my spaceship.
It's not a Reddit. It's not a Reddit post. It's right here.
Space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
MMOR Goat just resubscribed for 19 months. Hi.
Hey, what's up? Thank you so much, Morgoth. You're very important public, very impressive, preserving being pedestrians. This is your father, your friend, good night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Here. Let me show you. This is what was posted on CIG's Twitter. It looks very similar to the Raven. Makes sense. We also know that the Raven was getting an overhaul by CIG at one point. Remember, everyone was really confused as to why the Raven was getting. There was some specific thing that the Raven got. Like, oh, it's getting Gold Pass. The Raven was getting Gold Pass. And everyone's like, why is the Raven getting Gold Pass? Well, now you know. It's honestly probably a better Saber Raven. I'm sure the Saber Raven is gonna be made obsolete. I still think it'd be really fucking funny if they called it the Phoenix, because it's like, oh, CIG. Oh, CIG. Have we not learned how to name things yet? Nope. The Saber did not have variants in lore. We don't even know what the Raven exists. Like the Saber Raven, we have no idea its lore. So many ships have just no lore. And Aegis is probably the #1 offender of like just no lore existing. The Reclaimer and the Redeemer are two big ones. The Retaliator is another big one. It has spotty lore, but barely any. The Saber has some lore. The Gladius has the most lore. Like we know who built it, we know why it was built, all that kind of stuff. Let me see. What other Aegis ships are there? The Eclipse has a lot of lore. Is that it? The Raven, the Gladius, the Raven, or the Saber and the Raven. The Eclipse. The Vanguard. The Vanguard has some lore. Not a lot. It's like most of the Aegis ships, we don't really know why they were built or who built them or anything. Or like we just know when they were built, which is unusual, so. I think Firebird would probably be a good name for it. Not Phoenix, but Firebird. There's also Cardinal. It could be the Aegis Cardinal. Aegis Saber Cardinal. Aegis plays a big part in Squadron, so they held out, probably to not have conflicting lore story. Possibly. That didn't stop them with a fucking... that didn't stop them with Anvil. With the time-traveling Hornets. Doc Brown's Hornets. Oh. We don't know. No, see, the thing is that the Dogfighter 3000 is my headcanon. Because it never shows up. The Dogfighter 3000 was supposed to be the ship that was going up against the Lightning. In a competition called the Next Generation Starfighter. Okay? That happened in 2930-ish. And then in 2945, they have another competition named the exact same fucking thing. The exact same name. It's like, why? Fucking why? Just roll it in. The Saber was part of the Dogfighter 3000 program. We know it's pretty clear that the Scorpius was the Black Widow that was mentioned for that program. And I know a lot of people were like, but why did the UEE accept all of them into their ranks? Because militaries do that all the fucking time. They don't have to just pick one. They pick a winner and then they pick the other ones. Be like, yeah, we'll pick you up for the little things. So. Oh, probably straight to flyable. This is probably the variant because they mentioned that there's going to be a variant of a ship that's going straight to flyable. So I think that's the whatever this is. There is a lore on the Saber. The Saber was released as part of a bid for the next generation dogfighter. Let me look it up. I'll show you here. Star Citizen Saber. The only lore we have is from the sale. Aegis Saber and military ship sale. The Saber, designed as a space superiority fighter for those situations where you need to leave a lighter footprint, while no one will deny the Hornet's place in the UE and UE Navy's brawler, the Saber offers an elegant, nimble alternative to an ever-evolving combat landscape. Designed to be a rapid responder, the Saber is more than capable of establishing battlefield dominance for any number of combat scenarios. Engineers looked equally in the past and the future to build the Saber, incorporating Aegis's battle-tested power distribution systems into their dependable ship hull construction, while developing cutting-edge flight and systems technology. The Saber is truly next-generation fighter that represents the new Aegis. Aegis Dynamics has designed the Saber in response to the United Empire of Earth Navy's request for a next-generation fighter capable of outmatching the Vandal Stinger heavy-class fighter in turning. While the Navy has not yet accepted the Saber bid, Aegis has opted to make a run of production prototypes available for licensed military operators. That is it. That is literally the only thing we have. Everything else is just about the sale. That's all we have. That's its lore. It's like 2941 or 542 or something like that. Whenever this was released. This is 2019 or 2015, so this would be 2945. Yeah. Which again would... Jesus fucking Christ, CIG, what the fuck is wrong with your dates? It would be one thing if it only happened a couple times. I've now in the past like week I've discovered like 3 or 4 dates which are completely wrong. How the fuck is the Saber able to be flown when it was released in October of 2945? When that's when the fucking invasion of Orion took place, Vega took place. Why is there a Saber flying for Squadron 42 before it was accepted by the UE Navy? I swear to God, I'm gonna throw something. Hey, Frood. But yeah, the Lightning was said to have been built in the United Empire of Earth's Navy next generation fighter contest. It's literally the same thing. They don't have a lore Bible, Jaded. They literally don't. Their lore Bible is Sherry, because that's her job. Their job is to they're an archivist. That's their job, is to kind of keep all these things together. So I'm sure Sherry might have some sort of document that's around somewhere, but Sherry's also a writer and an archivist and updates the Galactopedia and is constantly adding things to the Galactopedia. There was no fucking continuity. There's still no continuity. Because it doesn't matter, Bastin. Like, at the end of the day, these timelines don't really matter that much. They will matter when Squadron 42 comes out, because some stupid asshole like myself will, but who pays way too much more attention, will go, this story is awful. It's terrible. They can't even keep their inconsistent dates in there. If you can't even get your consistent dates in your fucking story, then don't even bother fucking give it to me, okay? That's a sign of a lazy writer. A good writer has a good background, good story, and has a meticulous timeline where everything takes place. Because that's the only way that anyone can understand what's going on. I fucking hate those people. I fucking hate them so much. I do love your... I just hate that mentality. It's the same people who lose their mind every time there's a retcon for some content. Like the same people who were like flipping out about the changes to lore from the Fallout TV show, who were like, that was the only thing that mattered, was the changes to lore. It's like, motherfucker, get a fucking another hobby. All right? Jesus, it's just a story. Can you talk like that all the time? I could, but it'd hurt my voice. Do we think we'll see an increase in lore when we hit? Yeah, no, we'll see it before that. I think 4.0 and beyond, we'll start to see a lot more in-universe stories and stuff like that. There definitely needs to become, CIG definitely needs to apply some sort of process, like some sort of checking process for stories. Not necessarily as like a, yeah, this is good, whatever, but like, you know, give it to somebody whose sole job, you say you write like a backstory and you come up with some bits and pieces for characters and stuff like that for like a side quest or for like a mission giver. You give that person all that information to somebody in the writing team who sits there, goes through and cross-references everything that they say with something that's in the lore and makes sure that the dates are lining up and all the people line up properly. That's a pain in the ass thing to do, but that's what you got to do if you're trying to keep consistency and continuity. And while I'm not so much of a stickler for dates, continuity is important when it comes to telling stories, because our brains don't work like that, and we'll pick out those continuity issues very, very quickly. That's what matters. What matters is story continuity. The dates don't fucking matter. Because you can easily just say dates are made up. Like, oh, but this is when this is said it was released. Okay. For years we've said that Columbus discovered America in 1492. America wasn't discovered in 1492. It was discovered well before that. And even if you add the caveat by Europeans, it was discovered way before that by Europeans. And it wasn't Columbus. None of that sentence was right. And that's the kind of thing that we do in history all the time. Things get wrong. People make mistakes. Even in recent history kind of stuff. And people just don't bother to check it, and gets like melched into stuff. So yeah, and he never visited mainland US. That just says we're having a massive thunderstorm coming through. Victor's often write off history often too. What's important about history and understanding what had history is understanding the flow of history, of what came first and what came after. When in the past history teachers and historians obsessed about dates, that doesn't matter. Like, knowing when exactly an event happened is nice, but knowing that event happened because of something that happened previously and then affected something afterwards is far more important for understanding history than like when the Declaration of Independence was signed versus when, you know, the war ended, in the Revolutionary War ended. Like, knowing those differences, it doesn't matter about those dates as long as you understand that the Declaration of Independence happened before the war ended. I test students on dates, but it's not as important. As it is chronology, understanding the paces of what things happen. Because a student might say something like, you know, here's an example of dates that we do have to test on, because they're on the state tests. The different civil rights acts. There are 2 civil rights acts, 1963 and 1965, if I remember correctly. And they have different effects, but there are 2 of them. And that's, like, what matters isn't necessarily that there's 2 of them. It's understanding which one came first. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space. Yeah, it's about the chain of events, not the individual themselves, and their effect on each other. Ever. That's the important aspect of understanding history, because that helps you understand why things happen.
Cisiano just resubscribed for 12 months. ANANOPOGGERS.
Hold on. What was that? Un año. A year. Speaking of years, thank you so much for that, Cesano. You're a very important public, very impressive, very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Cheers. And Chris, if you had any of your students get interested in Star Citizen over the years and pick it up, I have no idea. Some of them are probably in chat. My former students who've graduated sometimes watch me, so. Hey, Minstrel. I'm doing okay. But that's interesting. The whole Saber thing is interesting. Sorry getting on that tangent of Star Citizen lore. I'm just deep in the Anvil Aerospace writing of the complete history of Anvil Aerospace, which you need to get done this weekend. You need to finish writing it tomorrow, and then record it tomorrow. So I'm probably not going to stream tomorrow. I talked to Loken about that. And then also finish editing the current video I'm doing, which I should probably do tonight before I go to bed. Evening chat, do you think they will add select Terran fauna to some seed animals alongside the Kazi Grazer? Yeah. The turtle. Likely the box turtle. Trying to see what else might be. Maybe squirrels. And the Anvil Arrow has no lore. No, it has 0 lore. It's the only... There are 3 Anvil ships that have 0 lore. The Anvil Arrow, we know when it was released, but we don't know why it was made. We can assume it was because of the removal of the Gladius. The Gladius is being phased out as a light fighter. So the Arrow is pretty clearly being designed to replace the Gladius. In terms of the premier light fighter of the Empire. That tracks with everything else that's happened. And we know it's pretty recent, like 2940s, 2950s kind of thing. And what else? The Crucible has no lore to it. And what's the other one? And the Liberator. The Liberator has no lore. Those 3 ships have no real lore. We have dates for the Arrow, but the other 2 we don't even have dates for when they were first released. So I too look forward to seeing the Boreal Stalker so I can fist fight it. Where do you find this lore on Star Citizen? There are 3 main places, but you can find them in other places. You can go really deep diving, but the basic places, if you want to find it, is Galactopedia, the website under the comlink parts. That's where they post all the lore up things, and Jump Point. A lot of stuff that ends up in the comlink starts Jump Point because that's just kind of paid stuff. But Galactopedia is another place to find a lot of it. And if you want to go super deep diving, old brochures had a ton of lore. Like the old brochures, like the Hammerhead and backs, like 2016, 2017 and back, a lot of those old brochures had a lot of like testimonials and histories and famous ships of that variety. Yeah. Mondays, Luna, and I'm going to start doing it not next week and not the week after next, but the week after that. So the 27th. But it's going to be super early in the morning for you. This is going to be early in the morning for me, which is like 8 a.m., 9 a.m. My times, which is 10 a.m. Eastern and like 6 a.m. Pacific. That's when I'm going to start streaming these boys. Not just these boys, but these boys. I wonder if the copium will attack the boids. Also, does this put us one pelvic thrust closer to crotch spiders? Probably. Based off of what the monthly report said, and of course watched ISC, and in ISC they kind of mentioned this already, but in the monthly report they said there were 2 prey and 1 predator. I think was the thing. It might have been 1 prey and 2 predator. I think that was it. Animals that were in there, and we know that the prey, one of those preys was going to be the Kazi grazer. So we've got the grazer. And then you've got 2 other ones. And my thoughts are, well, none of these things are going to come in until 4.0 or beyond. So what would I do if I was CIG? The whip crabs. Because they're the next step up. They're not just a pack animal. They're a huge pack animal. They're the closest thing we have to kaiju in the Star Citizen universe. And they were originally called the pyro crabs because they were supposed to live in the caves of Pyro. And so I can see them being they're kind of being the Copians of those regions, so. What do you mean setting us up for... the minstrel says the Copian and others are setting us up for brave adventurer. Our town needs XX livers to survive the week. Please get us some. 4 hours later, 2 out of 10 found. Lol. What do you mean? What do you mean getting there? We're there. That's what the fucking... We have missions in 3.23, which are that. Go kill 15 Copians and take their horns. Though it's not like a random roll. If you get them or not, you get them. Also, hey, caves will be more than just deadly due to terrain. Now we have angry doggos. That's true. If they work and they're responsive. I mean, you're not wrong, Sandgroper. Sandgroper says, Cupan, that's why the Hurstons don't sell guns. Too many people would straight up kill the higher up Hurstons. Yep. Do not arm your population when your population is slaves. Are the horns aphrodisiacs? They're not human horn. They're actually bone. Well, it is kind of funny. They're bone regrowth. They're used for bone regrowth. So yeah, I guess they are. They are aphrodisiacs. Big spicy Dr. Zoidbergs. I think, Minstrel, you say that's good, but wait until they have more in-depth medical systems where you have to get the liver of a Copian, and you go to kill but you shot the Copian in the liver, so you now have ruined the liver, so you cannot use that liver to deliver. So you have to like hunt creatures very specifically, like we do in real life, in order to harvest the creature. I am aware of the Buster situation. And I have been given something, and I'm going to definitely do my best to help out. For those of you who don't know, the members of the community are helping out Buster. I'll send it here. On Saturday, Soul Citizens is doing a fundraiser for Buster. Buster is currently... So Buster lost her job a couple weeks ago, and she's in a situation where she just doesn't have a lot of money, and she's not finding a job very easily, so she's in a bad financial situation. And is just getting kind of depressed because of it, and so she's doing her best to try to, find jobs and stuff like that. She was very sudden. She lost her job very suddenly. It was just like we're gone. I don't think it was like you were fired for cause. It was like you're like the business shut down, something like that. So, yeah. she's like struggling, and so Soul Citizens wants to help out. So they're doing a fundraiser. I'll put the link in chat. You want to help her out with the GoFundMe? Lester's a good friend, and I'd love to help out right now, but I'm a teacher, and I literally just spent $1,300 on plane tickets, and I won't have any more money until the Wednesday. So, yeah. Yeah, I know. I hear the storms. Oh. Okay. Thank you, Cam. Cam's saying that we have baseball-sized hail coming in, so keep that up there. You spoke with her last night. The money doesn't have the money to pay the management, just the staff. Oof. Oof. So she's working and not getting paid. That's rough. So yeah, just keep in mind, if I cut out randomly in the middle of a sentence, it could be the Illuminati have got me. CIG has finally taken me out, or a baseball-sized hail hit my power grid. The Redeemerati have been painted the thing on my back. The Redeemer killed me. If I suddenly go offline, then it's the Redeemer's fault. The Redeemer finally got me. I don't have a garage. Well, I do, but it's not used for a garage. We'll be fine. The reports of baseball-sized hail is mostly not here, though. It expires in less than an hour, too, so... Or the Anti-Lore League has found your base of operations. I'd love to see, like, there's a lot of things in Star Citizen I'd like to see that I think would be interesting. Snowstorms, hail, tornadoes, hurricanes, earthquakes. Trying to think of what else. That's pretty much the most of it. Rain, a big rain. Lightning, acid rain. A 3.23 got dropped to the PTU. Okay. It's been... Questions when it goes live. No, it's Crusader. Crusader's taking out those whistleblowers for the Genesis. All the Genesis flaws. Sandstorms, yeah. It should rain in Loreville. It should also rain in ArcCorp constantly. Those would be great. Yes. Give us some fire tornadoes, CIG. Those things are designed. I know CIG wants to do those things, and those things will have an impact on things like flight. That's their goal. Whenever I hear someone say, why would I need a ground vehicle when I have a spaceship? It's like, your spaceship won't be able to get everywhere all the time. The CIG is increasing the ground like coverage, so like trees are going to be more thick more thick and harder to land through. So if you want to land at an outpost, you're going to have to land somewhere else and huff it in, or you have to land at a designated landing zone, or if it's hostile, they'll shoot you. And I know right now it's like, oh, they're kind of dangerous, but you can get around with it. Wait until the AI starts shooting at you with railguns, because that's already in the game. It's already in Squadron. They have that coded. It's just a matter of them working better. I don't know if Maelstrom works on trees. I'd love to see it, but we'll see. I don't think what we're seeing with the Raven is a Mark II, y'all. We've only seen one Mark II. Technically two Mark IIs, because the Zeus. But the Zeus isn't a Mark II. It's a just new Zeus. Galactica said it's not real? Then what the fuck is this? This was posted on their Galactica posted this with the caption Fire Bird or Fire Cardinal Bird Firebird. What is this? Oh yeah. I mean, this is Haskaha with literally the same perspective, but for the Raven. It's the same fucking thing. Look at that. Look at that. It's just it's a Raven red. Yeah. Yeah, if it's called Phoenix, I will laugh my ass off. If it's called the Saber Phoenix, I am going to laugh so hard. Because CIG has 7 names that they recycle every single day. And we need to make fun of them for only knowing 7 names. Constantly. Recycle it. Say you know 7 names. Just start sending CIG dictionaries. Out of like thousands of words in the dictionary, you choose 7. Why the fuck do you keep choosing 7? Call it the Thunder Chicken? I'd love the Thunder Chicken. Bird is the word, indeed. To a mocked up email image? Yeah, because people do that all the time. One of the reasons why whenever you see any sort of any sort of leak, ask for the source. Where did it come from? And if the source came from Pipeline and Pipeline says, "Trust me, bro," that's not a source. That's a like, you gotta trust us because we know things. Don't. Never spout that shit off, because that's how you get into things like the Raptor, because CIG intentionally fucked with people with that. Or things like Hex Penetrator. CIG knows you're looking at these things, so like nothing is necessarily true. You can have a source, but that source isn't necessarily good. Don't spread it around either. Like, that's the worst part, is that when you see something and it gets spread around, then people get confused. So here's this issue. When you spread rumors, when you spread leaks, which aren't fully vetted, what you end up is half-truths.
You can take away my spaceship.
And those half-truths become the facts. And then people get mad when those facts don't line up with what they were told. And then get mad at CIG for it.
Ever take away my space game.
Monstratus just resubscribed for 26 months. How's it?
Hey, Monstratus, thank you for that 26 months. You're a very important pub, a very impressive Pennsylvania pedestrian. This is your fault. You're drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Color of my i9 right now? Oh. It's not on.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
You bet just went live on
space lasers.
Okay.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Fatman 9994 has subscribed.
Thank you so much, Fatman, for that Twitch Prime sub. You're a very important pupper, very, very new pedestrian. This is your fault. You're drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Oh, here we go.
$89 Dig Dug just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you so much for gifting those 5 subs there, 89 Dig Dug. You're a very important pupper, very impressive Pennsylvania pedestrian. This is your fault. You're drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. So, I'm going to give you all some context, because I think a lot of people are confused about this Saber Raven thing. CIG cannot legally sell the Saber Raven. They have signed a contract with Intel. And part of that contract was that they would make the Saber Raven with Intel if Intel, I'm sure, did some like cross-promotional stuff and other things like that. So the Saber Raven is only available if you purchase that specific SSD that they had with it. And you cannot sell those. Like they legally can't until that contract is up. But unlike, say, the was it the Omega? Unlike the Omega, which was built for AMD, which has a version that is in the game that is not the Omega, which is called the Gamma. I don't remember. I might have swapped with them, but you can buy a Mustang Gamma, which is basically the Omega but without the skin. You cannot buy a version of the Raven that exists in Star Citizen without the skin. So that's what this is. This is CIG legally selling the Raven, is what it is.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
JimDaddy98 has subscribed.
Thank you so much, JimDaddy98, for that Twitch Prime sub. You're a very important pub. We're a very important precipice of any good stream. This is your fault. You're trying to drink a night. Shots and cheers and chat, yo. Shots and cheers. El Pollo Loco! The Saber Pollo Loco! The spicy bird. The Saber Spicy Bird. Quick way to help fill the coffers. I think it's also neat. It's one of those things where CIG, I'm sure, wanted to sell it. I'm sure they had different ideas. My guess is that this is a version of the Saber that doesn't have the EMP. This is the Saber Raven without the EMP and swapped out for like a QED or something like that. It's going to be a swap where you're not going to get exactly the same thing, but you're going to get something similar enough. And it could just be the Saber Raven but black, but black and red instead of black and blue. But it may have a separate thing, or even better, it may have a QED, or a EMP and a QED. You know why they don't use any German names with a Frankfurt studio and all? Not a fucking clue. CIG has the length and breadth of the modern day world to pull from because of the backgrounds of things in Star Citizen are very, very in depth. But they've stuck to the Roman naming conventions because I think that's what Chris likes, and that's what was the original pitch, is that Star Citizen is the Space Rome, the fall of Space Rome, which is so far beyond that now. So, but, you know, they still stick to that. I think it's also because if you look at their market, the majority of people who play Star Citizen are from the US. So if you name something like German, the US is probably like that. There might be some like negative connotations to that. It's like if you try to name something, you know, like after some like mythical hero from India or the Middle East or Africa, you probably wouldn't get a name recognition, or people wouldn't even be able to fucking pronounce it. How do I say that foreign word exactly? Thank you for that hype train, by the way, y'all. By the way, we're back down to $17,999. I knew that was going to happen. But they use Valkyrie and Apollo. Yeah, but those are both like Western themes. There's more than just Rome. There's other things, but it's like Rome and Norse and then historical things like, you know, the Avenger, which is an name of an actual plane in real life. Mustang, you know. The United States doesn't have an official language, but the DoD does. Yeah, it's American. I am good to go. Yes, now Monstratus. Thankfully I did a fundraiser last month, and we raised like well over like somewhere close to $3,000 total. Now a lot of that is also gonna have to go for like normal running costs of the channel, so it's probably more like $2,500, but plenty enough for me to get my plane ticket, and I have enough money and like a passport, and I have enough money to pay for a hotel. So all I have left is the living expenses, but I can save that up over the next couple of months. Oh yeah, they could use Egyptian god names. They could use a lot of different god names. They could use Native American tribe names or mythical names if they wanted to. Like, fucking America's been using Native American tribe names for attack helicopters for years. I think you can get more obscure with it. Like pull out some shit from like the Siberian peoples, or Mongolia, or with the Sami people in fucking way north Scandinavia, or the Inuits, or like any number of like tribes or groups of people that exist other than Europeans. Oh, I know, Vastin. I know. Every single time last year when I went to CitizenCon, it was like that. Aztec, I'd love. Ooh. Give me some what was it called? Xibalba. The Xibalba bomber. The Quetzal bomber. It's like it's Z-I or X-I-B-A-B-L-A. It's the, I want to say it's the Aztec. It might be the Inca underworld. I think it's the Aztec underworld. It's like Hades. The Aztec, yeah. I love that word. Xibalba. None of Z X's and Z sounds in languages. I like it. Where are space cultists with their Lovecraftian type shifts? They exist. I'm sure somewhere. I mean, Lear is right there. They worship the sun. So, lots of sun worship in Star Citizen, actually. There's a lot of sun cults in Star Citizen. All right, let's watch the Inside Star Citizen, and then we'll go on from there. I'm not even kidding. The what are called the Outsiders. There's a different name for them. They have themselves. Are a group of people who are part of a terraforming team to terraform a planet. And the person who was the head of the terraforming was actually secretly forming a cult. And then when they finished terraforming, he overthrew the leaders of the terraformation project and installed himself and his cult as a leader. So the company hired a bunch of mercenaries to come in and stop them. And they fucked up so bad that now the cult has guns. Now the cult has like modern like weapons. Like they have fleets of like F-7C Hornets and like Vanguards and shit. Because the mercs got absolutely shit canned, and the UE is just like, not my problem, not my problem. Star Citizen. Name a more iconic duo than the Star Citizen live drop in a Friday. If you've played the Star Marine map, the Good Doctor, that is actually the headquarters of that terraforming company. That the Good Doctor takes place during the fight between the cultists and the mercenaries. That's what that's based off of. That's an actual location in the verse. All of the Star Marine maps are actual locations in the verse, so they're warped versions of the actual location. So if you actually went to those locations in person, it'll probably be different. It's kind of like seeing a location in like a Call of Duty map and then seeing the actual location. Not always the same. Hi, Jared.
There are lots of ways to bring life to the worlds of Star Citizen, whether that's the people that inhabit them, the structures they build, or the coffee cups and food wrapper decor scattered across their desk. But perhaps
those are pens, by the way. I don't mean like that they're medi pens. They're literally pens. Like the entirety of like every single person at CIG got one of those, and it's like a click pen. It's an actual pen you can write stuff with. I don't know if CIG made them themselves and are going to sell them. I almost 100% believe these are going to be sold at CitizenCon. But yeah, like every single CIG members were showing them off on Twitter like 2 weeks ago.
perhaps nothing quite as much as nature's inhabitants. Now, animals, creatures, fauna, whatever you call them, have been one of the long unfulfilled promises of the persistent universe since planets were first introduced in Alpha 3.0. And 0.23 patches later, they've made their much anticipated debut with the first of a new herd of offerings that will continue in subsequent releases. So let's go now to just some of the team members responsible for their creation and get just a small glimpse into what went into their creation.
Creatures are just going to offer a whole different dimension to the gameplay. They bring a sense of life to a world, gives an environment a sense of that it's a lived-in space.
Welcome to Jurassic Park.
There's a lot going on the planets, but it can feel at times like there's not a huge amount going on. But with the introduction of creatures, that all changes. We have now the ability to create life wherever you look.
It just takes the game to another level of breathtaking. It adds believability to the experience that I don't think any feature so far has come to the level of adding immersion that fauna has.
I haven't seen the Morok at all.
In Alpha 323, we're adding 2 new creatures. One is the Marek.
They now need to start building a zoo in the universe. I mean, you're preaching to the fucking choir here. CIG, in my opinion, needs zoos. They need parks. They need... they do have some parks, but they need museums. They need art galleries, you know.
And one is the Copian.
Can't believe they fucking named a dog the Copian. Oh, man. That's got to be a joke. That has to be a joke.
When you're kind of exploring these planets, we are introducing a whole range of different creatures going forward into the future.
Well, you want to start off simple, right? You look at it, you're like, oh, cool, you know, should we work on these big creatures straight away? Or, you know, should we, you know, ground down, make sure the pipeline works, make sure the basics work? What's more simple than, you know, a dog, cat, and a bird? And ultimately, you know, the birds basically prove out these features that they can be done and they are doable. Let's start with the Marek bird. So this is a fairly simple creature, and you'll see them flying around in flux. And it's really nice when you're just in your...
The blind Oni crab? I too would like to see the blind Oni crab. The poop Hindenburgs. I love the poop Hindenburgs. We got a lot of lore on the poop Hindenburgs. We don't have anything on the Mareks or the Copians yet. I'm looking forward to that. For those of you who don't know, there's an entire species that they built called the blind Oni crabs, or the Xiphopods. They're inhabitants of Lear 2, I think. Lear 2 or Lear 3. They're from the Lear system, where all the weird cultists and sandworms are. Weird shit. They eat garbage. They eat basically anything. They're like seagulls. They eat everything. And they have a bladder of hydrogen gas that they keep inside themselves, and they kind of just float around in groups. And like they do fart motion, so they fart to move, but their bladder's filled with hydrogen gas. What do you think's going to happen if you shoot one of those things? Boom. So I call them shit Hindenburgs because they eat shit, and they're tiny little Hindenburgs that will explode when you shoot them with ballistic, or what is it? Incendiary ammo. I know an animal that's not used too much in science fiction that would work well. Jellyfish. I agree. I think jellyfish should be the things that also inhabit the upper atmospheres of Crusader. Space jellyfish is mwah. Because you could close down Orison because of space jellyfish herds. That'd be great.
Ship looking out the window, and you see a bunch of birds and life on the surfaces where you wouldn't before.
I think the Marok as a bird will add a sense of scale to the world. Like it helps a lot to see a flock of birds and add scale to anything that's bigger in the distance. I think this is going to help a lot to that part.
If you're like walking along the planetary surface and you hear a call,
you cannot pet the murder puppy.
There's Mareks over. We can go find them. We can go see them. With the creature designs, We don't want to make anything that you look at and you go, oh, that's a pigeon, because we're a sci-fi game. We want to make it a bit cooler and a bit weird, and we don't want to spoil too much about where they are, who they are, what they're doing, and things like that when it comes to...
I 100% know what CIG is going to do. People ask her, if someone asked earlier if they think they're going to do like Terran birds, like Earth birds, and I think they are like Earth creatures, and I'm like, yes, they will do Earth creatures, but they're going to have to be cool Earth creatures. So basically everything from Australia.
The creatures, because we basically want the players to find them, and we don't want to say, hey, they're on these specific locations, on these specific things, because they could turn up in areas that you wouldn't expect.
For the Marok, we wanted the colorful variety of birds that we could use to fill the planets. The creatures have different skin depending on the biomes they're in, so some are going to be more colorful, some a little less colorful.
I mean, I would love for what are they called? They're called death birds. The giant moa-like creatures that would like that these huge beaks that would like chase down prey and beat them to death. I'd love to have those things in Star Citizen.
They're inspired by real life animals to some extent.
A cassowary is what they're called.
They have these like big, like gulped chins. They've got these nice flappy wingspans, but they're also a bit hairless as well.
We kind of look at the reference of featherless birds because for the first batch of creature we could not use a lot of feathers and fur, so we went to more skin type of creatures.
You know, those cats that don't have any hair.
So if you are interested in why they haven't done it, it's because they just started doing R&D work on fur, like this last month, like in April. So
yeah, they look a bit like that, but in more of a bird form. It's very odd. The Copion is essentially a hybrid between a dog and a cat. It's got 4 eyes. It's a nice, chill, social behavior, which you can...
Okay, what the fuck? It's a hybrid between a dog and a cat, and it has 4 eyes. That is not a hybrid between a dog and a cat, though.
So, you know, you see them howling, or you hear them howling, or you see them walking around and kind of, you know,
By the way, these are almost certainly like what are they called? Kazi predators. These are probably Terra predators, like from the planet Terra.
Scratching themselves and licking themselves and things like that.
The Copion has a variety of colors. There's one that is more savanna-like. There's one that's more forest-like.
So
we can blend into the environment a bit better. There's an Arctic one that has kind of the pattern of a snow leopard.
And then once you're in combat, they're faster than the player sprinting, and they're usually in packs of like 10 to 14. Visually, they're a nice kind of sleek, slender look. When you think of dogs, you think of them more like worker dogs. When somebody asks us, you know, how big is this creature? We reference a German Shepherd, for example.
The Copion was designed to have a hostile look, so it has horns, it has big scales on the back.
Overall, we wanted something that you look at and you go, oh yeah, we know that's a predator. And obviously, you know, you can tell things are predators by the way their eyes are shaped and how they move, how their bone structure is, how they're set up visually. You can look at that and your brain from evolution basically goes, oh, that is a predator and it's gonna hurt me.
So the Marok bird is what we call a boid.
A boid on a general level, you have to imagine it's like a lot more stupid version of an actor, right? It's way less resource intensive, its behaviors are far more simple, and it's a lot easier to basically put in without performance costs.
Boids is a system that was developed a while back, but has been used to great effect in lots of films and games.
I hope we get creatures that don't automatically think are predators because they're aliens. Yeah. I mean, the Kazi Grazer is a good example. The space cow, the space whale, the storm wall is another one. I'm sure we'll have other ones. There's a couple of them that were like concepted. There's a cute fuzzy sort of like a cute fuzzy creature that's a Jean creature. It's like an adorable little pet. I forgot the name of it. But it's another one. CIG can do cute if they want to. They just don't want to do cute right now. And for anyone who's like, why are they? What, they only have 2. How are they going to explain this in lore? They're going to explain it by it's alpha. They don't have all of the creatures in game yet. So we're gonna get and likely we're gonna get wild grazers. I don't think grazers are gonna be solely domesticated. I think we're gonna also get wild versions. And we'll also get other like creatures that eat plants, because the way that seed animals work for something like terraformation is you need a full ecosystem. If you have plants, if nothing eats the plants, then the plants just overgrow. So you need plants, a full ecosystem just for the plants, because there's also other plants that eat other plants, like things like mushrooms and stuff like that. And then if you have herbivores who eat plants, they will grow too big and outstrip the land. So you need predators to be able to take care of those herbivores. And each biome needs a different set of predators, of flora, and then predators and prey. And then you either need predators for those predators, or you need to have some weakness for those predators you can deal with. And, we see them today. This is a problem today where, like, there's plenty of places in the United States which have an abundance of deer because all of their natural predators, wolves, cougars, other coyotes, other like predator species are scared away from where these deer live because humans generally don't deal with deer. We don't like kill deer pretty frequently anymore. So they're able to live near human society or in human society, like within human neighborhoods, and not be threatened. So every so often we need a deer culling because we need to be able to like keep them from overpopulating an area and stripping an area clean. That's why hunting seasons exist. It's just to clear out excess populations. It's literally an environmental thing. Like you kill them because because they're destroying the environment. Yeah, there's plenty of places like that.
It's based on 3 simple rules that allow some very complex behaviors of what you might call flocking. The 3 rules are that they maintain separation so they don't get too close to each other.
That's the reason why there's limits. That's why there's only a certain number you can tag per season, because they don't want you to overhunt, because they want to make sure that the population is maintained. It's also because food, and in some places it is literally the only way you're getting meat, like in Alaska, but generally speaking, it's usually for culling herds.
They remain aligned with each other, so they'll follow other members.
So what I'm trying to say is that sort of balance is going to happen in Star Citizens. One of the reasons why Copian hunts exist right now in game is it's a gameplay loop that they add because they also have resources, but B, you can justify it as their population's growing too much. We need to cull them. So
There's the pack that go in the same direction, and cohesion are the 3 rules in boids that allow this flocking behavior to be generated.
So they're a group of birds essentially stay together in a single area, and they fly up, they fly down. They're intentionally made to be very simple and kind of what you'd expect from a bird, especially if you're hunting them as well, because we don't want individual birds flying all around the planet and things like that, because we want to kind of keep them nicely clustered together in an area where you go, okay, cool, this is where the birds are.
So the Copian is not a boid, it's a fully fledged NPC character.
When you look at the Copian, that's what we call an actor, right? And that essentially has the more costly associations, like being able to use like nav meshes, being able to use behavior trees, and because Copians have to make decisions, but Marx don't.
So Copian is an NPC creature.
Yes.
Does it T-pose on chairs?
Well, firstly, they're not going to be on.
Copian sounds so much like copium. I think that's the joke. CIG is being cheeky. And as always, there is a bunch of internal words for everything. Apparently there's internal names for both of these creatures at CIG, and they don't know what they have. I've not heard what it is.
In the first place, unless you lure one into your spaceship and somehow magically put them on a chair. No, they're not going to T-pose on chairs, sadly.
So you're going on the record, Copian's never going to jump on a chair.
No, I'm not going to say they're not going to jump on a chair.
The animator's task with the creatures is to breathe life into these entities, because these entities basically are just points in space that are moving around the Marok. When it's kind of flying across the sky, as far as the game's concerned, it's just a point in space, just moving across the sky. But the animators actually create that illusion of life. The first step in the process is we have a look at the design doc. We basically get an idea and the feel for what the designers are after for the creature. We then try and kind of link that to, because
squids and octopuses are great as well, for sure.
These are alien creatures. We kind of link that back to what is it like that already exists on Earth. And for the Marok, it was things like a pelican, that kind of creature. So we then gathered the reference of pelicans doing all the things that we want the Marok to do. With that, we will then try and kind of breathe that life, that essence of that creature into the Marok. So we went through many different iterations of like the poses that this copion should be in. Very small details can kind of tell a whole different story about the copion. In one case, we were creating the aggressive idle pose. We had a pose that we thought was kind of really aggressive looking, kind of down low, and it was kind of ready to kind of pounce at you. But one of the devs said, like, this kind of feels like it's playing with me. It kind of feels like he's kind of should be wagging his tail. So we just kind of changed a few very subtle things, and all of a sudden, like, the whole feeling of that pose changes. So there's many different kind of decisions that we have to make to achieve that final result that we want, that result of the copion being this aggressive thing that's out for your blood.
One of the things we've been doing with copions is trying to get them to attack in packs, and we do this by giving them some special formation code that brings them together and makes them seem really cohesive in a different way from the boids.
You want to engage these things from distances, as they are faster than the player when they are sprinting. So these will essentially attack you and circle you in packs. Think a bit more behavior akin to wolves.
If you come across a copion outside in the wild, the first thing you're probably going to do is back up really quickly as they all come charging at you. And that can be really quite hazardous if you don't look where you're going and fall down a ravine or something.
They've got two attacks, which is this really scary pounce attack, and then they've got a more short-range attack.
So when the creature is kind of lunging towards you, one of the versions of the animation we had was where it kind of leapt out towards you, and it had all of its claws out, back feet, front feet, its jaws were open, just to make it look as kind of aggressive and as dangerous as possible. But it turns out that kind of made it look less dangerous because it was showing its belly. So we basically adjusted the back end of the copion, brought its paws in slightly, and again, that changes the entire kind of feel. When the silhouette of this thing coming towards you is just a pair of jaws opening up, ready to kind of clamp down on you, and it makes it look a lot more aggressive.
And they hurt quite a lot. You know, the average hit will take a quarter of your health off, so you've got to kill these things before they come close to you, which is a problem when you're in caves.
Stick and move. Stick and move. Mobility is your friend. If you don't have
When you're in caves, it's a close quarters environment, and
you don't have a gun.
Have the upper hand.
Step back, punch. Step back, punch. Step to the left, punch. Right, punch. There's actually a dodge animation
so
if
you'll
you
come
tap
across a
them.
copion in a cave, and they'll probably be doing some really cool little idle animation, like scratching themselves or shaking themselves for fleas. And if you surprise them for the first time and they're on their own, they'll probably get a bit scared and run away and join the other copions. If you follow them, then that's when you'll probably get into trouble, because a pack of 3 or 4 or more copions attacking at the same time could be really quite deadly.
So with the Marok, it was a very iterative process, and there was a lot of back and forth. It started off with experimenting with morphing, where you can take one source and morph it with another one. And we did a lot of experimentation with using different types of birds, like eagles and hawks and owls, and morphing it with non-animal source, like more like textural, squeaky, squawky stuff. So we started off quite grounded and taking sounds that sounded quite a lot like ravens and crows, but we're going more towards a little bit more like dinosaur-esque and a bit more screechy and more alien. So yes, trying to find that balance. Copion, we wanted to make sure that it has a presence in the world. You don't just hear it when it's attacking you. You can hear it snuffling around and grunting when you're sneaking up on it. They're howling, they're communicating with each other. We just wanted it to add life and presence to the world. So the Copion is a very mean-looking predator, and we wanted it to sound just as mean as it looks. So we started off with a mix of sources from lions and tigers and all sorts of predatory mammals, and mixing it in with dogs and things like seals, sea lions, and trying to bring in an alien element as well with some non-literal sounds. I've got a recording of a wet balloon squeaking that I mix in at certain points just to give it a little bit of alien flavor. So one of our sound designers, Chris, has this beautiful Cocker Spaniel that he recorded loads of sounds of at his house, and we used a little bit of that sprinkled in just to give it that dog characteristic.
Are you saying that you find sea lions and wet balloons terrifying?
It can be if you, if you put them in the right order. And so the sounds of fear are sea lions, wet balloons, and Cocker Spaniels.
I agree. Yes, there's gonna be kaiju. They're called the whip crabs.
We know some of you don't just want to pet the bird.
Yeah.
Watch the bird, look at the bird, enjoy the bird, you know, be one with the bird. Some of you want to murder the bird.
Yeah, so I've seen some people going up to the birds and punching them, which is definitely a way to interact with wildlife. And if you do that, you will find a pearl in their, I think it's in the base of their mouth, and essentially it's made of like congealed innards and looks incredibly gross. So if you manage to kill the Copions, you'll see the horn on them, and you can loot that, and it's basically a valuable commodity of which you can sell on.
It's going to be exciting for the players to hunt out those creatures and find them in different environments, whether they'll be in the middle of the trees or hiding in caves.
That's the experimental night vision. It's okay. Could get a little bit better. A little too soft, I think. I think it needs to get a little more brighter. But yeah, light enhancement. Yeah, they could brighten it up a little bit.
It's a bit of a challenge there, but there's also that feeling of nature and the wild that you're going to get, kind of peering on creatures performing these kind of behaviors as though they're not being watched by humans before.
But the nice thing about this is it kind of leads into...
Thermal imaging is too breaking. It's too game breaking. Because you can basically just see everything. Unless there's some sort of thermal cooling system that you can use to prevent yourself from being seen by thermal imaging through like an armor or something like that. There's no hard counter to thermal imaging. There is some hard counter to like NVGs because you can do things like flare. Light flare will suddenly make you go blind kind of thing. So
to a wider gameplay loop that we're looking at. We talked about crafting quite a lot, and this is an example of how crafting gameplay will come into it. It's obviously the first step as we're looking at more creatures and more variants and things like that. But obviously we'll get in that further detail as we go on. The creature / fauna in general, obviously we've previously experimented, we've previously played with things, as you'll have seen, but now we're in the active development of it. So we have a really nice kind of idea of what we want for 1.0 and all the creatures we want for that, and looking at how we can make the creatures in the future fit in the Star Citizen universe. So we've always been tinkering, we've always been playing, but now we have a pipeline that technology is working in, and we've basically proven it out now. So the future of creatures is a lot more easier and convenient to make than some of the more, previous challenges.
I've heard
I think
that
it's very
before.
exciting for us and the character team to tackle the creatures. It's something that the whole team is excited about. We are very proud of the work that we do.
So animating a creature isn't
Low-tech thermal shielding is called a tarp. You'd need one in game, though. And you need to code it to work like that. Because, it's not like CIG can just, Google thermal blanket and take an image of thermal blanket and toss it into the game. And now suddenly the thermal blanket works exactly like thermal imaging would. They have to code all of that in. And that's, you have to make sure you have that in there as a counter. Before you, because otherwise you just everyone would just be using thermals everywhere. So
an easy thing.
it's a matter of gameplay balance. It has nothing to do with realism. Does it make the gameplay balanced, and does it make the gameplay better? And I think night vision is one of those things where I don't see a reason why it couldn't work as long as there's some sort of balancing mechanic against it. So night visions are light enhancing, so you can just fire a fucking flare and people's vision would go fucking blind for a moment. You mean like our militaries do? The difference is that our militaries, the US military uses night vision pretty routinely. And it is absolutely overpowered in real world. When you're fighting in a night engagement against a group of soldiers who have trained and have equipped night vision versus somebody who doesn't, it is night and day. You just get absolutely stomped, and that's the problem. It's a video game, not reality. When you start adding reality to those sorts of things, you start to stomp other people, which is not fun.
at all. So obviously for the creatures, we couldn't mocap. So hand keying the creatures, it can be difficult to raise the quality up to the level that the rest of the universe is at. But I think as a team, I think we've really managed to actually achieve that level of quality that we're aiming for. I think that the team's done a great job.
Creatures definitely bring life to the different planet environments that we have, allow us to have a different range of kind of gameplay situations where you've got characters attacking you in different ways and allowing us to show a more characterful range of behaviors, perhaps.
Creatures, it's not just a static, prop. It's something that is alive and breathing, and you can react to it, and it will react to you, and it just gives a bit of gameplay for the player to engage in.
Hey.
And as we go on, the previous creatures that you've seen, for example, the space whale and the space cow, those things are in active development right now. And you can imagine with creatures that are this large, the question is, how do we loot them? How do we do those things? And that will be a very fun addition, and the things we're cooking up are very exciting.
Nice.
So you'll see creatures in 323, and it's going to be an amazing experience, adding true believability to the world.
They might be boids. We don't know how much interactions and how much stuff the space whales will be doing. So
happy hunting. Good luck getting those horns, and try not to touch the pearls. They're a bit gross.
So what did we learn this week? Well,
everyone asking for stuff wants an unfair advantage, Paul. Players don't care about balance. They don't conceive that these advantages could end up be used against them. Yeah, which is why people's input needs to be filtered through reality. And there's one thing that if you have an input for CIG, you have a feedback for CIG, the one thing I want you to do is stop and say, what are the gameplay impacts of what I'm about to say? How will this change gameplay? And not how will this change the gameplay I'm talking about, but any other gameplay that's touching. Have a moment to critically think about all of the different gameplay that's involved in that. And if you don't, you can come talk to me here on the AstroPub on the office hours, and we can kind of, as a group with the chat, you can kind of do this, or go with your orgs or other people and like spitball the ideas to them, because you never know when you can bounce off. But when you do that, you stop and you start to kind of like think of the other consequences, the unintended consequences, the externalities of your idea. you may start to realize why CIG either A, hasn't implemented it, or B, refuses to implement it. Because it has a gameplay balance issue that comes up somewhere else. It's BOID. It's how it's spelled. The boid is spelled BOID. I don't know what BOID stands for. It's an acronym, I believe.
We learned that it takes a confluence of disciplines like art, design, animation, AI, and more to bring these creatures to life. That you don't actually have to hunt these fine fauna, but if you do, there are rewards to be had. And that Copians prefer the tundras and savannas they're used to, and may not behave well if you forcibly relocate them. Not that that has ever stopped any one of you. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. Thanks for letting us share the process of game development with you, and we'll see you all here next week.
Yeah, this is definitely the longest interrupted run of ISC episodes. They're doing them more frequently, more often. The wrong button. Good to see fauna in game. It works. Still want my Yeti. It works, sort of. Like everything, there's a lot of stuff in Star Citizen that on paper works, but in practice doesn't, and it has a lot to do with just CIG needs to improve their server performance. It was really weird to see people like take some of the monthly report stuff and be like, CIG is shooting for lower quality servers for 4.0, so you're just going to have to get used to server frame rates at 15 FPS because they don't care. They can't do it. It's a failure of a game. Panic, panic, panic. It's like, what? No, CIG's wants, like, so someone mentioned, I saw this on Twitter, where like, someone mentioned that CIG is currently shooting for minimum viability of 15 hertz for server meshing. I don't know where they got that line. They didn't have a source for that at all. They just said CIG shooting for 15 hertz. I don't know where that is. But they used also a link, a kind of discussion about how CIG has been trying to improve AI performance so that even with low FPS servers, the AI can still function well despite the servers kind of shitting themselves. Like that was the point was that CIG is trying to make it so that no matter what the server performance is, the AI will do well. So it's not linked to the server performance as a whole, which makes sense because when you have server hiccups or other things like that, you still want the AI to be able to function. I don't know how the fuck they're doing it. Space magic, I guess, but you know. The name Boyd corresponds to the shortened version of bird or object.
Are you ready to shift your perspective from the ordinary to the extraordinary? Ready to reset your expectations from the everyday to the highest heights? From breathtaking views, incredible dining, to unmatched shopping, Crusader is calling. Stay at the luxurious accommodations, tour Empire-class shipyards, and bask in a sunset that is truly unforgettable.
Waiting for it.
Them biddies.
Whether you're just looking to spend the day cloud hopping with the Stormwolves or relaxing by Green Circle's Infinite Spa. With shuttles arriving daily, what are you waiting for? Come, visit Horizon, the city in the clouds.
Another idea is to do the full introduction of Kleischer. Hello and welcome. You know, that one. That's another good one. Thank you, Iris, for the biddies. Not realistic. CIG wants highest FPS as they can, else they'll never be able to sell their dev tool sets for the Star Engine. CIG has said openly that they do not plan on selling the dev toolkits for Star Engine. I don't think that's a near-term possibility. And there's no point in selling those kits until they have a 1.0 branch anyways. And that you have to support, if you have an engine you're selling, you have to support it with staff and teach people how to use it and actually have tools that the end user can function with, or that the developers can use and use well. I think CIG might eventually reach that point, but I think the idea that CIG is doing this specifically so they can sell the engine is probably copium. Probably copium. Copion. I don't think it's after 1.0. I think we're talking like full release. 1.0 is not full release. 1.0 is like a beta soft launch, which I'm so mad they're calling it 1.0. They're just opening themselves up for fucking lawsuits. Server FPS isn't the same as FES2. Like, obviously they want to aim for 60 FPS, but the actual game performance, but they've never been aiming for higher than 30 server FPS. Yes, and that's been a critique that a lot of players have thrown at CIG, because when you have lower FPS or lower, I think it's lower hertz is really what it is. We use them as frames per second, but it's really at the servers usually mostly. I've always seen them used in like hertz terminology rather than FPS, though I think it's the same thing with like player FPS is just a hertz thing. But that having a goal for 30 FPS is too low for servers, because it means that you won't get split-second response times, so you don't get that kind of competition level gameplay. And the problem is that CIG is like, we're an MMO. This isn't Siege. You know, this isn't CS. This isn't, you know, what, Overwatch. You don't need that level of server performance for playing our game. Hertz is just things per second. It's literally a rate of FPS is often abused the same way. Yeah. Yeah, I figured that. Star Citizen is CSGO. Got it. Yeah. Of 64.8 hertz. Yeah. Star Citizen's tick rate is going to be 30 hertz. Because CIG has to pay fucking money. And if the higher the hertz, the more money they have to pay for better performance and better material. But basically, it's a great example of like CIG is planning on trying to improve the performance of AI despite the performance of the servers. And people are taking that as some weird fucking like confirmation that CIG doesn't give a shit. It's like, no, of course they do. That's one of the reasons why they're doing server meshing. It's because they need more players. And in order to get more players, they have to reduce the number of entities per server. And the way you reduce entities per server is by having meshed servers, so that you can, and then like background information back and forth. This has been on for a while.
So with all the delays on 3.23, do you think Jared will have to pay off all our student loans when 4.0 doesn't hit this summer?
Remember, CIG has a very, very different perspective on summer and release. I think CIG will claim it as a success if they release the first wave PTU before the end of September. They'll be like, summer. It's still technically summer. And again, I think people need to lower your expectations. For 4.0. 4.0 has like two things that are required for it. Pyro and server meshing. That's it. Those are the two things that have to make it into 4.0. because they're foundational tech. Anything else, if it delays those two, will likely get cut or pushed. So, and as we've seen with stuff like the amount of like awful performance that CIG has had with just the replication of this the replication layer, the separation of the replication layer, like that's really what's delayed all this tech that they were originally planning on having in 3.23. The 23 got pushed out because of that, and because it was just the performance was good enough. They need to test it, they need to work on it. There's just time management to deal with that, and it could still cause more problems down the road. But I think CIG will yeet anything else that doesn't matter for those two things. So you're getting Stanton. Whatever's in Stanton right now is going to be in Pyro when they release it. I think CIG has an idealistic idea where they want to drop everything that Pyro is going to be on the first day for 4.0 when it comes out. But I think CIG, when they get down to brass tacks, they start looking at the details. They go, we don't have the time, the manpower, or the luxury to do all these things. We're just going to need to start ripping shit out and we're until we get what we have and then throw it out there. And I'm hoping that CIG has that come to Jesus meeting before they start planning for 4.0 in terms of like exactly what's coming in 4.0. Their go no go should, you know, whatever is going to be ended up on the release view. Yeah, Joey Nova got it. But with noodles. I would basically say whatever we see in Star Citizen in 3.23 is what I'd expect for 4.0 with server meshing and Pyro. That's it. Now, there's a lot of stuff in 3.23 which are going to do well for Pyro, like, for instance, the reputation hostility system. I think they could expand that a little bit with 4.0 without disturbing too much, because that's really what they're working on. Apparently it's in. I haven't seen it, or even it hasn't even been mentioned, but it'll probably be in, if it isn't in now, in 3.2, 3.2, or, you know, 3.231, 3.232. Yeah, Andrew, it's not half of 3.23. It's 25%. And they didn't cut it. They just pushed it out. So CIG clarified, if I recall correctly, but it's in, but only for the Dusters. It's the Dusters and Ninetales, I believe. It's supposed to be for Grimhex, I believe. But I don't know if it's even fully activated for Grimhex, because I think they said it's not fully in for Grimhex this time. It's just the back-end support for it. It was in Star Citizen Live where they talked about it, that the point was for Grimhex. But I think they even kind of waffled on that. They're like, you know, it's supposed to be for Grimhex. And then someone said, oh, but the Dusters too. And it's like, oh yeah, it's definitely in for the Dusters. I understand the perspective, Andrew, and I agree. I think there's plenty of people, myself included, whose most important parts of 3.23 was the stuff they pushed to 3.23.2. And it's not cut. Cut implies that it's not coming at all. It is coming. It's just coming in 3.23.1 or .2. It's more of a push than a cut. And we're probably going to see 3.23.1 and .2 in the next couple of weeks. 3.23.1 is almost certainly just going to be the Invictus launch. And if it's not, then they'll do like a hot fix to add the stuff in, but I think it's going to be like that. Yeah. And yes, they did put a bunch of different UI, a bunch of stuff in there, but I think you're getting a little bit too tinfoil hatty there, Andrew, by saying that CIG did it so that they could they could make it seem like they're adding more stuff so they can trick you, man. They're trying to trick you into thinking they're actually getting shit done when they're really not. They're only getting like half the stuff in, man. Believe me. They're putting shit in your your crews to control your mind, man. I pointed out a long time ago that CIG is like everything is, all of that stuff that they have in it, it's like a huge patch, but most of it is contingents on other things. Like in reality, it's more like, it's like 30 something stuff in there, but in reality, if you put them all into their requirements, like this can only exist if this exists, and this can only exist if this exists, and so on and so forth, it's actually more along the lines of a normal patch. The actual amount of stuff that, like, of features that are being put in is about the same. But it just looks bigger because a lot of stuff is contingent on each other. They're putting shit in your cereal and telling you it's chocolate. Thank you, Celine. Thank you for the intrusive thoughts. Yeah, it's not like CIG was maliciously like, yes, we're going to fuck over people. It was more of, they literally just didn't have the resources and time to put it into test because they've got other things to do. Intrusive thoughts 1, I need Kalis. Kalis, yeah. The resource rush wasn't pushed. That was just straight up removed. The cards haven't been removed. But I would say it is less of a... I wouldn't treat it as if it's released. Anything that's not coming in the next patch doesn't exist. That's the best way of living life. If you don't see it in the next patch, don't fucking worry about it. And that's how a lot of Star Citizen players are. I mean, that's basically what Mike is. Mike and Morph are great examples of, like, they don't give a fuck about long-term planning. They could they couldn't give a shit about what CIG is planning on doing by the end of this year. That doesn't fucking matter. What matters is in the game right now and in the next patch. Which is why Morph is on this one-man crusade about standards, that CIG needs higher standards, because in Morph's mind, it's all about now, what's available now. It doesn't matter what Star Citizen will be, what is it right now? And how are other people going to see it right now? And the answer is, it's a broken, buggy alpha. But CIG has even admitted, it's a broken, buggy alpha. That's what it is. We need to move on with content, and that's what it is. Yeah, it's basically anything that doesn't go onto the release view is a lie. It's a nice wish. It's not real. Hey, Smithy Joe Bob. And this is the reason why people like myself, and I think a lot of people here in this community, don't necessarily mesh with a lot of people who follow those communities. Or you get two different perspectives. Because for me, it's not about, you know, what's in the game matters, obviously, and what is in the game right now matters. And I agree that I want more stuff in game, and I would prefer CIG focusing on in the experience of players right now rather than what it will be in the future, because CIG has this horrible tendency to say, well, X is going to be in-game now. So our immediate fix, which is Y, let's just not fuck with it until we get X in, because if, the more we fuck with Y, the more time we're going to waste that we could be putting in on making X. But then X, which was supposed to take 6 months, then takes 9 months, then 12 months. And then half the team gets reshuffled to do something else, which is more important. And so that thing has to be completely redone from scratch. And now that thing gets redone from scratch 6 months later, and then it's going to be planned to release in 6 months, and 9 months, and maybe 12 months after that, you see it again. And that because they don't want to correct that issue, they have this thing that's an infinite hell loop. But the issue that it's supposed to replace is slowly dissolving into nothing, and CIG doesn't address that because they don't want to put too much time that they need to. Exactly. And so they have to balance that sort of process. But at some point, like, why is it that fans can tell you, like, immediately if CIG is going to take forever to fix something, but CIG still refuses to believe that? And I know CIG has a lot more information than I do. They have a lot more internal information, but they always seem to be off by a lot. Whereas fans tend to be a little bit more succinct. And I think it's because fans are seeing the larger pictures and seeing the circles. They're seeing the patterns that CIG falls into. And we can pick out those patterns, which are, not perfect, but pretty close. And I think CIG is too close to themselves without enough reflection on what's going wrong. They've gotten better in some aspects, but in some cases, they're still pretty bad. And so that's me saying I understand that frustration and I agree with that. But at the same time, for me, following Star Citizen isn't about what's right now in the game right now or in the next patch. For me, it's what is CIG working on and how is that influencing their plans to go from point A to point B to point C. And by looking at those plans, you can start to see where CIG is going, what's the most important thing that CIG is working on. CIG will start talking about shit, and then they'll stop talking about that shit when they realize we need to stop talking about this shit because we're talking a little bit too much about this shit, and we need to save some hype for the players. So CIG usually blows their load in like a monthly report or a progress tracker update pretty quickly, and they're not subtle about what they're working on. They talk about it unless it's supposed to be a surprise, and then again they talk about it, then they stop talking about it for like 3 months, and then it's a surprise. Fire's in the game. It's in the engine. It's just not in Star Citizen. Mike is a lot salty in his community. Just Jersey's way of expressing himself. Yeah, no, I agree. But I think that's the way of explaining like the differences in terms of perspective. For someone like me, something getting cut from a patch sucks, or something that gets pushed from a patch sucks. But after a while, it's just like, okay, this is just CIG. We need to stop pretending that CIG has changed and look at the patterns, and the patterns are the same. And the reality is Star Citizen's still an alpha. As much as it sucks that it's an alpha, and as much as it sucks that it's an excuse, it's still an alpha. CIG hasn't reached that point where it's done. They're getting closer to that point, which I'm looking forward to, but they're not there yet. They're still a year plus away. So as a result, it's more about what's going on, what's next, what's CIG working on, and kind of gleaning little insights into where CIG is headed for things. Which was really fun watching the Squadron 42 progress reports and monthly reports, because so many people weren't paying attention to them. Well, when I was reading them, I was like, okay, this is neat. AI, UI, we can see the star map's been updated, the UI's been updated, the AI behavior's been updated. And then when like they showed all that stuff at CitizenCon, people were like, wow, I had no idea. And I'm like, motherfucker, this was all written like a year ago. Everything you're seeing on CitizenCon was built like a year before CitizenCon. It was like December of the year before was when a lot of that tech was done, but not like refined. So it's you can see a lot of that progression where like before CIG wants to go big and bold and polishy, and like brass about what they're doing, they often talk about what they do, which is one of the reasons why like I think leaks are kind of weird, because you'll hear leaks say something like, oh, well, CIG's planning for a 1.0 release in 2 years, and it's like CIG's talked about 1.0 a couple times before you started talking. in the monthly reports. And it's if you look at how CIG is developing, it's clear that 4.0 is the end of alpha, and that the patch after that is going to be a beta or a kind of a beta-ish. And CIG's been talking about an MVP of 5 systems they talked about it like 10 years ago, which was their plan. And so the idea that 1.0 is going to happen sometime soon because 4.0 is the last alpha branch, and 1.0 is kind of like a MVP beta release, and that it might have 5 systems. Yeah, that tracks, because everything CIG has said before. So, yeah. It's almost like they've been making a game. Yeah. Most people don't follow the game like we do, though. That's true. And that's the reason why I do those monthly report videos and read-throughs and those sorts of things. Because it's like, read, please, and you'll know a lot more. Like here, let me give you some predictions. You can say Paul Shelley leaks. # Paul Shelley leaks. CIG is really focusing on the resource system because they really want to get engineering out by 4.0. They also want to release multiple new creatures. They probably have somewhere between 3 and 10 creatures in the works, and we know for sure that they're going to be working on 2 predators and 1 prey animal for 4.0. So they'll increase it by 3 new creatures in 4.0. And that one of those creatures is probably going to be the Kazi Grazer. The other one might be the Storm Wall, but it looks cool. It's in the engine. It looks great. Straight exclusive leaks. Also, deployable cover is now a thing for the Legionnaire, or it is going to be. Also, there's a horde mode for FPS for an FPS horde mode for Arena Commander that's going into experimental. If I just called those leaks, I'd get 1,000 views I'd get like 10,000 views on YouTube. I swear to God. Trust me, bro. Yeah, exactly. But the thing is that none of those were actually leaks. All of those are in the monthly reports, or mentioned in Spectrum, or mentioned in a Star Citizen Live. Nobody fucking watches Star Citizen Live, so they don't really know. It's been mentioned twice. It's been mentioned on Star Citizen Live and on Spectrum. The FPS lead, the cool dude who had the shotgun and the shades and the FPS changes video. They've been very, very active on social media. They're like the Yogi of FPS. They're very much that kind of, only they're more sarcastic, and I love them. Zach gives no shits about anything, because Zach is an unashamed COD Warzone player. So his opinions on things are very gamer coded. He is very FPS gamer, bro. And I love it. Please, no, he's a national treasure. Please don't lose Zach. But Zach's been talking about it too. Multiple devs have talked about it. If I called that a leak on YouTube or on Twitter, people would lose their fucking minds and spread it all over the internet. There you go, CIG. Stop calling them roadmaps. Call them Star Citizen leaks. Call your roadmaps, or not roadmaps, your monthly reports. Your monthly reports, leak reports. Every single Star Citizen fan would read it every fucking month without fail. Am I wrong? Tell me I'm wrong. Please. I want to be wrong on this. Yeah, you can even be cheeky and call it the Leak Report, Leek. They come up with some acronym for it, so it's like legendary evaluation, eventual evaluation kinetic reports or some shit like that. Hey, Silky. Because I swear to God, no one gives a shit about Star Citizen News. They care about leaks. You say leaks and everyone clicks a video. Everyone wants to read something. Because they want that juicy, they want to be on the inside, right? They want to know the insider knowledge. They want to know like the things that they're not telling you because CIG is lying to you, brother. Because they put the fucking mind control viruses inside the crews. Trust me, my cousin's uncle's best friend's mother-in-law works for the UEE standards of Food and Drug Administration, and they told me, man. They told me. I might start doing that. I'm
them biddies.
And for $4.99 each, you can own some mind control virus gear.
Oh, that is the only thing that in lore, because there is actually an Alex Jones alike in lore, who's a little bit more legitimate than Alex Jones, because there used to be a reporter and everything like that. Oh, what am I blanking on his name? It's called The Plain Truth. So what I'm going to do this at the end of this month. I'm going to do a leak roundup. And I'm going to, at the very beginning of the video, I'm going to say all of this was sourced from various sources in Star Citizen. And I'm going to do a monthly report of all of the stuff with sources, calling them leaks. And I'm going to say the leak roundup or the Leaky roundup with the quotation marks. And I will see how many people click that. Parker Tyrell, thank you, Jaden. Parker Tyrell needs to start hawking shit cures. I need to do it. Let's put it this way: you don't have the new avocado. I do not like the new avocado. You can talk about everything. Changes. It was great listening to what everyone would shut up. Listening to what everyone would shut up about. To know that what was coming instead of the constant flow of things we have now. Let's put it away. I do not like the new avocado. You can talk about everything. Everything changes. It was great listening to what everyone would shut up about to know what was coming instead of the constant flow of things we have now. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why the people talk about it, because they're tired. They're tired of the leaks becoming the story beyond the actual content of CIG's producing. You're back stuck in ads hell. Sorry, Phantom. I'm going to do that as a test at the end of this month. I'm going to release one of those videos. I'm going to say, this is a roundup of all the sources of stuff I could find. And I'm using the term leaks very loosely here because these are things that are sourced. I can find them. You can find them too. But a lot of you don't watch stuff that's news. If I say news, it's boring. If I say it's leaks, it's sexy. This is the sexy news, also known as the Leaks Report. Would this be a leak stream? No, Leek. Hazeltine. The leak stream. Paul has the top Star Citizen giving him the information. What kind of people? Top Star Citizen people. Ah, yes, I do have to be. I have to be in a Drake Herald. I have to have the Drake Herald background. Sources within CIG. Exactly, Treesan. Sources within CIG have said that there is a horde mode being tested internally for Arena Commander. I know you like the news, Luna Maria. I also like the news, but we're weird because most people think the news is boring and political, so they don't want to watch it. They do like sexy news, which is just leaks, the secrets that they don't want you to know. Who's they? They. You know who I'm talking about. Insert the blank here. Oh, thank you, Ari. The news is always sexy if you're reporting it. Thank you. I know. They're not wrong in that case. The news is political. Yeah, but by political I mean the news is always the other guy's news unless it's absolutely our news. And if it's absolutely our news, then it's propaganda. Those guys with or TWSS. I don't know what the twist is. I like the news, but I get the news before the content creators make vids about it because I don't pick my ND brain fixtures on. How's the Warhammer Indies coming along? I'm still painting mine currently. Nice. They're going good. I always had this one as my example for doing it, but I'm actually getting back to painting these. I am down this boy. This is my current Space Marine run that I'm trying to get done before the end of the summer. I have 2 jump packs done. I have 9 more to go. No, not more. 9 more. 8. Yeah, 8 more to go. Then after that, I have to go through. I think I've like 40 Marines to paint. And that's my last big army for 40k. Because like I do have my Astro Militarum that I still have yet to paint. Like I've got a squad that I haven't painted up yet, an infantry squad, a Acadian squad. And I've got like a command squad, Acadian command squad I haven't painted up. And I've got two really. 2 Castellans I haven't painted up, and I've got a mortar team I haven't painted up. That's a lot, but it's because I also have like a psyker in that group and a commissar and stuff like that. But I also have after that I just have 3 tanks and a Baneblade. So 2 Lehman Russes and a Rogaldorn and a Baneblade. Robbie, yes, I 100% get that. My point is that the way that people internalize that idea of like news has bias is that news has bias, and because it has bias, it's bad, and because and so I won't watch it because all news is bias, and I don't like bias because bias bad. That's why people don't like watching the news. How does Warhammer work? All I know is the cool figurines. So Warhammer is first and foremost a universe. It is an IP created as backstory. The backstory was created to have the miniatures fight one another. So if you've played Dungeons and Dragons, imagine you have Dungeons and Dragons, but instead of controlling a single character, you're controlling a army. You get to move your armies in certain like they're in certain groups, like squads or other kind of formations. They move, they can do actions, they can fight, they can shoot, they can run, they can charge, all sorts of things. And you roll dice to determine, just like Dungeons and Dragons, you roll dice to do it. In fact, the funny part is that Dungeons and Dragons was an offshoot of one of wargaming, which is the oldest form of tabletop role play games that have existed, because it's existed since quite literally the dawn of civilization, and has had formal rules that we have records of going back to like the 15th century, where you just put little dudes on tables and you have them fight each other. That's all it is. Basically, how Warhammer works is you spend thousands of dollars on minis, hundreds of hours painting them, and then you can't find anyone to play the game with. That's not incorrect. But the universe itself is created so that you could fight your dudes. But the universe has spawned characters, so it has characters that you can paint up, like special characters, which have got their own lore, which have their own stories, and they have their own like settings. So there's like entire narrative arcs that go through, and they have entire book series that have been written out of it. Plus, they have video games that come with it. It's very analog to Dungeons and Dragons right now, where lots of people know D&D because it's a tabletop game, but you also know D&D because it was a movie. And you also know D&D because it was an animated TV show. You also know D&D because Baldur's Gate. Like, it's the same thing. Sand table gaming, yeah. Rusty Beast had a great video coming over the evolution from H.G. Wells' Wargaming to modern TTRPG. Yeah. Tom Hanks had a D&D movie? And I'm talking about like the most recent one. Honor Among Thieves. That's at the part where you just finish painting your $1,000 of minis. They change the rules and you're not allowed to use the army anymore. Technically, you still are allowed to use that army. It's just you're not allowed to. You have to use special like out-of-date rules for them. Most of it was Duck on Roy's, yeah. The actual honest-to-God answer is they made cool miniatures. Games Workshop made cool miniatures because they were the sole supplier for Dungeons and Dragons in the UK, in first and second edition Dungeons and Dragons, and they sold it through their magazine called White Dwarf. And when they lost the license to do Dungeons and Dragons stuff, they moved on to other things. But at the time, they were also working on miniatures so that you could play your games with. So like if you wanted to play D&D, they would sell the miniatures so you could use your miniatures on like battle mats and that kind of stuff. And I think that evolved from that to wargaming, because wargaming was always a thing that existed even back then. So they just kind of said, what if we took Dungeons and Dragons and turned it into a war game? And that's how they created Warhammer. And so just like Dungeons and Dragons, they came up with their own setting, because there's like multiple settings in the Dungeons and Dragons universes. And they just kind of like reverse engineered it. Oh, Mazes and Monsters, that one. I hate that one. I know, I remember that. That was based off of a book, wasn't it? Wasn't it based off of a book that was basically like Reefer Madness, but for D&D? Yeah, I remember hearing about that one. It's a very interesting one. Yeah, no, I agree, Jaded, because it's one of those, it's the same Satanic Panic stuff is the same reason why there are so many problems with education right now. Because if I remember correctly, it may have been her or maybe somebody else. Someone mentioned something about like tons of abuse going on in like an elementary school or something else like that. I remember when I went through education training, they talked about this, the history of this, and how this sort of hysteria spun out of control, and it created a problem for like for schools at the time, and it's led to a lot of the reasons why schools do specific things that cost a lot of money that don't actually help anybody, because they have to, because a bunch of because a literal like undiagnosed schizophrenic started reporting shit And so now all these other things have to happen because the people started listening to that undiagnosed schizophrenic. How much if it's a QED Raven? $300? Easy. $250 to $300 is lowball in my opinion. If it gets lower than that, I would be happy, but I saw it as a kid and I thought it was great. It's Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks is a fantastic actor. The problem with Mazes and Monsters isn't that it's necessarily an awful movie. It's based on what I could see. It's a decent movie. It's not, stand out, but it's all right. The problem is that it makes Dungeons and Dragons look like the devil's tools, Raven's getting hit with "we can sell it" bat, all right? I'm tired of people calling it the Mark II bat like everything else. It's not getting hit with the Mark II bat. There's only one Mark II that's changing an actual ship to a Mark II, and that's the Hornet, and that's been around forever. The Hornet Mark II has been known about for years. It's just now they're giving it an F7C for it. It's just like, all right. The Zeus Mark II, there is no Zeus Mark I in game. We've never had a Zeus Mark I in game. We haven't been able to see it. It was an image for a lore video, my lore video. An image for a lore post is what it was. And now it's getting basically the Zeus is being brought into actual game. What the Raven is we can sell it and make money. Yeah, that's a better way of putting it. We've got what we've got lying around the shelf that's basically finished, but we're not selling yet. Effectively. That's exactly what they're doing.
Hello, I like money.
Well, nothing beats the Jeremy Irons performance in the 2000 Dungeons & Dragons movie. Wasn't that the one with one of the Wayans brothers as like a thief? It was so, and it's not that the Wayans brothers can't act in a fantasy movie. It was fine. It was just like, it was like nobody told him that he wasn't doing, Don't Be a Menace in South Central LA. He's just that character, but in Dungeons and Dragons, which I get where they were going with that because, typical D&D party, that's the kind of person you're going to have, but it just didn't fit the theme at all. It does look like we might get a MPUV Mark II, to be fair. It depends on if we get a Mark II or not. I think what they're probably going to do is just upgrade the chassis. So the chassis will get the utility mount, or they'll start selling modules for it. So instead of it being, everyone will get the base version. You can get a module which will add a utility mount for a tractor beam or a salvage arm or whatever, and then also the internal stuff. Naked Argo. I do like that name. Naked Argo. Argo Eater. Yeah, I do want to hear more about our short king getting his utility crown. For those of you who don't know, the Argo MPUV is the king of the verse. It is the true ruler of the verse. It is the Arthur of the verse. It is the MPUV Pendragon. It is Aragorn. Aragorn. It is the Aragorn of the Star Citizen universe. The true king of Gondor. The once and future king. Wayans Brothers is a great group of brothers. They do a lot of good stuff, man. They've got a really good repertoire of films, and they're really good actors. They're the Baldwins of the 2000s. Like every Wayne's brother, because there's like 4 of them, I want to say. They've all done a lot of stuff, even when they're not together. Damon Wayne. They're actually the better way of putting it, they're a modern day version of the Marx Brothers. They 100% are the modern day Marx Brothers. That's the best way of framing it. They are definitely the Marx Brothers. They even have the same kind of dynamic as the Marx Brothers. You know, you've got a couple of the goofy ones, and you get the serious one. You could also do goofy stuff, but it's mostly serious. And the Redeemer is the ship that shall not be named. No. Go back to creatures. I hope that they're the poacher hunter missions, so I can save the animals and take justice. Oh, like hunting poachers? That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, I think it's definitely so. Which one is Carl? I don't know. I haven't done enough like research on the Wayans brothers beyond what I remember about them to know who's Karl Marx. Oh no, I know who it is. Oh, I know who it is. The joke. It's a joke, I know, but I mean, it's Chris Rock. That's the Karl Marx of of the Marx Brothers. Keenan Ivory Wayans. I used to have a T-shirt that said that was like there was like the Marx Brothers. It had like the title was the Marx Brothers. It had the 3 Marx Brothers, and then it also had Karl Marx. So it was like it was like an old timey poster of like the Marx Brothers, and it had Karl Marx on it. I love that one. I do believe you insulted Karl Marx, sir. He died without shoes on. I will insult that man every day, all day, to the end of time. I will insult him as much as I insult the absolute sob that was Adam Smith. Fight me in a Waffle House parking lot at 3 a.m.
Weapons free, y'all.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
I love democracy.
Barcelona!
I love democracy.
Barcelona! Mission complete. Burrito I eat. There you go.
Two words. Distress bacon.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Realized I said that wrong as I was leaving because I was being excited. I was excited. But what I meant to say was Karl Marx died without shoes, and Adam Smith was an absolute rube. Fight me in a Waffle House parking lot at 3 a.m.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
Turn the sound alerts off. No more fun button. It's true. Karl Marx was going to the library. Up to the day he died, he went to the library. He didn't have shoes, so he wrapped newspapers around his feet. I treat the godfathers of economics the same way that most psychologists treat the godfathers of psychology. Like, Adam Smith was incredibly important in framing the understanding of how economics works. Marx was incredibly important for understanding the mechanics of how economics functions. But both of them were high on their own supply. Like, they are the Jung and the Freud of economics. Yeah, they started it all off, but they got a lot wrong. A lot wrong.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
Ugh, suit.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
MOC_Shade has subscribed.
Thank you so much there, Mock Shade, for that tier 2 sub. You are very important, Pupper. Very impressive. Mr. Vanny, but after again, this is your fault. The reason drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. We barely talk about Freud now in psychology. He's kind of embarrassing. It's kind of the same way. Like, there's a lot of great ideas that come from, like Marx is one of the first people to point out the boom and bust cycle. And, I mean, Marx is more of a, when you look at economics, he's more of a critiquer of capitalism than he is a proponent of alternate theories. And he has a lot of interesting ideas. He's very smart, and he was a bit of an egotistical asshole. But, you know, a lot of scientists are. And he was a man of his times. There's a lot of ideas, like his idea of late-stage capitalism, which turned out to be basically false. And before anyone jumps down my throat, his belief was that all systems would eventually lead to capitalism, or to communism. Which isn't what we think of today as communism. What we think of today as communism is what he would have called socialism. But he believed it was fate, that everything was going to end up in that direction, like an evolutionary line that would always happen. The problem is that didn't work. It's not actually true. It's based off of a flawed understanding of evolution. Because Marx isn't the smartest man in the universe. He knew a lot of stuff, but he extended himself a little bit too much. And Adam Smith was very observant and very good at what he did, understanding things like how the economy functions, how supply and demand effectively work, how you can let an economy function without any intervention, and how sometimes government intervention can cause a lot more problems than it solves. The problem was that he believed you could shame people into doing the right thing because he believed everyone had Christian values. These are problems that we have discovered are not actually real in the 21st century. Everything they wrote was only new to them. Other cultures understood perfectly without them. True, that's true too. There's a big movement in economics to start recognizing early versions of capitalism promoted by Islamic thinkers and other thinkers around the world, because, you know, when you observe how markets work, like markets have existed in human history for about as long as human civilization has. We've been trading a very, very long time. So it doesn't take a genius to understand how supply and demand works. We've probably known systems or called it by different systems, but people have probably observed it for a while. It's just we didn't codify it into a study until recently. So. I do like that even Smith thought landlords were despicable. Oh yeah, he hated them. Smith, the thing that a lot of people don't realize is that Adam Smith and Karl Marx believed the same thing at the end. Adam Smith believed that we would do away with governments and everyone would live in small hippie communes. And Karl Marx was like, I like that idea. He actually agreed with Smith. He just thought that there was going to be a different route to there. They both thought that the natural progression of humanity was to go smaller into smaller communities over time, which is, in hindsight, hilarious. Yeah, it's like I said, it's similar to like the Jungian. Sorry, we're going on economics talk. I'm an economics teacher, so it's one of those things to talk about. Yeah, and there's a lot of psychology which is wrong because it fundamentally was based off of ideas which aren't true. And as we've gotten better at observing the universe around us, we've gotten better at using tools like math to help us understand the universe. We've gotten better at things like psychology and economics, which are both considered social sciences because they don't work on hard science concepts. They do have science, but they don't work in 100% this happens every time sort of thing. Personality testing is astrology. I don't know what you're talking about. It is astrology. No joke, you're the first American I've heard who can use that evil word communism in a neutral sentence. I teach economics, so like the whole concept of economics is to understand how systems flow. And there's a fundamental misunderstanding that people have where like you think of communism as a government system. It's not a government system. It does heavily involve government. But like the Soviet Union wasn't a communist government. It was a government that had communism. Just like the United States wasn't a capitalist government. It was a government that had some market aspects. Because even the United States isn't a capitalist system. That's a lie that people tell you. It's a lie that they sell you with propaganda. The United States is not a capitalist system. We're a mixed system that has heavy capitalist market leanings, but we have taxes. We have government programs and have had those for a long time. We were never a pure market economy. As much as people would wish we were, it's not the case. In theory, communism is the ideal form of living. Yeah. But like, in theory, 100%, everyone who breathes oxygen eventually dies, so oxygen's a poison. Like, there's a lot of things that make sense in theory. There's lots of ideas that are true that aren't actually true. Also, mass communication, like the internet and communications across the planet, kind of throws massive span into those sorts of things. Yeah. There's like, and that's one of the things that really comes up. Let's tie this back to Star Citizen. It's one of the reasons why whenever I hear someone say 900 years in the future, I just want to say, let's stop you right there. Nobody knows what's going to happen tomorrow, let alone next year, let alone next decade, let alone next century. Nobody has a clue. Nobody has ever had a clue. Even the best futurists that we have ever had, that we have recorded, people like Arthur C. Clarke and, H.G. Wells and those people, the people who we think of as inventing the future, they had a 40% success rate. They're worse at predicting the future than a flip of the coin. Nobody fucking knows what's going to happen in the future. Anyone who has any idea that says what will happen is high. And that's the problem. We don't know what's going to happen in the future. So if we try to do anything today, it's a best guess.
I know what is going to happen tomorrow. I am going to wake up and choose violence.
You don't know that because you don't know if you're going to wake up tomorrow. In theory, Star Citizen is going to be released. We don't know that. That's the thing. Choosing violence is a choice. That's definitely something you can choose to do. Well, none of us know if we're going to wake up tomorrow. I'm a curse upon this damn world. That's a good question. It is a tomorrow for some people. It's tomorrow somewhere. But my point being for like storytelling for Star Citizen is like, I hate that argument. No one knows what's going to happen 900 years in the future. To say, well, this doesn't make any sense because it seems like it's not advanced enough. You don't fucking know. We've had a burst of advancement in the last 150 years. How do we know we don't hit a fucking wall and face plant? We've already seen technological developments slow down in direct mechanical developments. And we're so fucking out of hype juice that like the thing that had been pushing technological advancement forward in the last 50 years, which is the tech sector, is promoting literal scams as the future, like worse ways of living your life as the future of technology. And they're surprised when they all fail. It's like, I see woke up and chose violence in YouTube comments. Yep. I always wake up and choose violence. Don't you dare tell me Annie lied to you. Annie lied to you. So that's why I don't like the 900 years in the future argument. What I do prefer is what makes sense in the Star Citizen universe in terms of the context of the universe, and how does that and that all that matters for that is the gameplay. Is the game fun? Because it's a video game. So when I heard this FPS team flip-flopping on their arguments of like, oh well, 900 years in the future this would exist, I'm like, I don't give a shit. Is it fun in game? Like, that doesn't fucking matter. Why are you saying? And then like, oh well, lasers don't have recoil. Lasers have recoil because it's a video game. It's like, pick a lane. Pick a fucking lane. In lore, they already said they aren't true lasers too, if I recall correctly. They're directed energy weapons, or they're not directed energy weapons. They're plasma weapons. The problem that gets in kind of complicated with plasma weapons is that there is a plasma weapon. So there are such things as plasma weapons in game, and then there are energy weapons. I don't know the difference. And the thing is it doesn't matter because CIG can invent whatever the fuck bullshit they want to. It's a game about World War II space dogfighters in space with bird aliens flying giant crabs. The reason why we think it's realistic is because it's set in a more realistic sort of environment than typical like Star Wars stuff. But like Star Trek has more realistic ideas than Star Citizen does. And turtle people. Turtle people who live forever. Yeah, the Vandal use plasma weapons. The Karna is technically a plasma rifle. The Karna is a plasma rifle, but the Custodian isn't. They're made from by the same company. Yeah, space friction. Space friction 100% is a gameplay mechanic. They actually explain the speed limits in space. The speed limits in space are actually built into your IFCS. So every ship has a flight computer, and those flight computers are standardized. And you can't fuck with them because they shut down if you try to fuck with them. You can't disable the IFCS, but you can turn off some aspects of it safely. But the government doesn't allow ships with IFCS to be without IFCS to be built. So every ship has an IFCS, and it's an ancient system. It's a system that's been around for hundreds and hundreds of years. It's been updated over time, but like the concept of an IFCS, it's effectively a fly-by-wire system. Bird aliens flying crabs. So Atlantis Pixar movie inspired. No, it's decoupled. The decoupled is the turning off parts of the IFCS when you decouple it. Basically, the ships are built around their IFCSs, so if you turn off your IFCS, your ship wouldn't fly. Like, your ship wouldn't function. It's both a requirement by law in order for speed limits, but also because that's how fly-by-wire systems work. You take out the chips in a fly-by-wire system, your plane's not going to fly. Because a lot of planes aren't designed to be able to fly without the constant fly-by-wire updates. Is there a lore way to increase SCM? Yeah, turn off your IFCS. But that would be like turning off your ship when you're going full speed. You're gonna crash. Yeah, those are all just settings of your IFCS. Yep, I get you. I know, Gold Ember. It's one of those things that drives the freaking tree up the wall. tree 00311. Yeah, the sheer amount of small correction IFCS is capable of making renders essential for any kind of controlled flight. It is the thing that can register a micron, the minutest, smallest amount of gravitational change. It is that sensitive of technology. Where are all the Star Citizen lore kept? Is there a novel or source book? No, the closest we have is the Galactopedia. But there's also, if you go to the com links on the website, they have, you go to like Spectrum Dispatch as like it's a toggle for one of the search options. It'll pop up all of the lore they've ever written. So you're looking at them. A lot of it is in my brain. Don't want people accelerating to a percentage of the speed of light, blowing up cities, or hitting another ship or hitting a space station, or passing by too closely to an asteroid to cause problems. I know most people don't mind flight control off, but it's like a flight assist off for Star Citizen. But the way that it's written in lore is effectively, and it's funny because the system they use to calculate how your ships operate in Star Citizen is called your IFCS. That's like what it's called in game. Like that's the game term for it, which is why they just adopted it. This is like internal flight control system, something like that. That scene from Mass Effect. Sir Isaac Newton is the most dangerous motherfucker in the galaxy. Like most ships wouldn't be able to fly in atmosphere without IFCS. Anything that wasn't basically a plane would fall. Just like there are plenty of planes in existence right now, like fighter planes, which are not aerodynamically stable, that require fly-by-wire systems to be able to become aerodynamically stable. Thank you, intelligent. I thought it was internal, but it's intelligent flight control system. I think that's what it's called. I didn't know if it was. I thought it was internal, but yeah, intelligent flight control system, which I think technically makes it an AI. It's one of the few AIs that are allowed in the Star Citizen lore, because AI is outlawed in Star Citizen. The lore of Star Citizen is AI is outlawed, but there's a lot of gray zone that companies like to dance in, like Microtech likes to dance in that gray zone. Basically, an expert system is okay, but a general AI is outlawed. And yes, AGI is a thing in Star Citizen. It's been around for hundreds of years, like 500-600 years, maybe even 800 years. AGI was invented in like the 23rd century, 22nd or 23rd century in the Star Citizen universe. They might have been 22nd century. It's been around a very long. We had AGI before we discovered jump points. That's how old it is in Star Citizen. The problem is that every time we use AGI in a project, a lot of fucking people got killed. Yes, my chat would be illegal in Star Citizen. No, you can't have droids as co-pilots. Fun fact, I still believe droids is copyright. The term droids in fiction is owned by Disney. It's owned by LucasArts, but I think it's owned by Disney because it's copyright for Star Wars. So you can't use the word droids. You can use android, you can use robot, you can use bot, but droid specifically is copywritten. Yeah, it's Cyborg, yeah. Y'all remember that YouTuber back in the day promoted always flying decoupled? I think the name was Radiant Lux or something like that. Radiant actually still hangs out here, if it makes sense. I don't know who that is, but yeah. Battletech was Battle Droids, technically for Star Wars, if I recall correctly. I don't think so. Star Wars came out in the 70s. Battletech came out in the 80s. It may have came out earlier, though. I don't know. I'd have to look that up, that details. I know that it got popular in the 80s. Yeah, that's a whole video that I'm going to be doing this summer as well. Is the AI in the Star Citizen universe. Are ship blades AI and lore or some other thing? They're an expert system. So expert system's a form of AI where you have a computer program that's really good at one thing. It's very good. It may be the best or better than almost anybody else in that thing, or better than anyone could be in that thing. But you ask that thing to do something else. Like you ask a chess playing computer to calculate pi, it will implode. Hey, Minor Mikey. I'm going to be doing a reading of the monthly report from Squadron 42 here shortly. So it's going to be very short, so I'm kind of dragging it on a little bit. We don't know almost anything about data running other than it exists and you run data. Pecan pie? Yes. We finally have creatures, though. How long did that take? That's a good question. Because it's important to keep in context that Star Citizen was not going to originally release with ground combat. It was going to have FPS combat, but it wasn't going to have procedural landing. So there was no real need for creatures in Star Citizen until after 2016. So the first creatures that were discussed and shown off was, I think, in the 2016 CitizenCon. It's technically a feature creep, but it's more of a, like, because it's kind of like one of those things where it's part of the planetary landing. A lot of stuff had to be added because of the planetary landing. No, it was the first creature was known as the Blind Oni Crab. And let me pull it up and I'll show you. ...2017? Yeah, it was 2017.
For the ships that we have in the games, which is kind of important for our game because we
want
to have everything feel real, visceral, tactile. And you can sort of appreciate just the sheer scale of these planets because, off in the distance, Hurston didn't look very big, and now we're flying through it, and it's these are pretty tall, big buildings.
And rules like that can't really be successfully copyrighted in a blanket way. You only get in trouble with the term using droids if it can be contested you are directly referring to a character in Star Wars or Star Wars droid, but it would be difficult for Lucasfilm to win a lawsuit against you as long as you're not infringing directly on their IP. That could be true. I remember hearing that it's one of those things that kind of happens, so you could be right on that one. This looks so weird. Welcome to 2017 Star Citizen. This was what CIG was pushing for with 2017.
So
all of this is fake, by the way.
Outskirts.
You see all the things flying around? This was all scripted.
Outside the city, because we want to sort of give you a sense of kind of what it's like.
This is Loreville, by the way.
Outside, and then also the sense of scale that you get, because when you're flying around, you're moving pretty fast. I mean, we're flying at pretty.
There's the tram system.
Fair clip,
and it was a monorail.
I think they'd like you flying around. Say Frankfurt at this speed, just above it. But to give you the sense of being able to, fly over a planet and then get down on the ground. It's all
I love seeing the Old Testament.
So we'll just go out here beyond the main city areas and
you can see.
a landing spot.
Look at the frames. Look at how much frame stuttering there is. This is like at 22 frames per second at best. Probably more like 18. The dead CIG scrolls. Yeah, a little bit. The Aurora is mostly the same as it was back then.
There you go.
Yeah, the old contrails were awful. Yeah, this is what we're talking about. I wanted to show this off because this was 2017 CitizenCon, because people were asking about creatures.
We're gonna deliver.
The first time we had the Nox.
Now.
This is the second time they showed off something, I believe. Yeah, like they showed the Dragonfly off the previous year.
It's just a show off, Clyde. I don't think it's that good of a show off. So here we're sort of coming to the outskirts of one of the city, factory areas of Lawville.
See that loading ping?
Right. And again, we just have the beginnings of sort of our NPC population system. So some of the other stuff besides the interior procedural stuff is, longer term we're working on sort of a background crowd simulation system, a traffic simulation for ships coming and going in the background.
Nox just came down from orbit.
The Nox has its own little physics bugs going on. Then we have foreground NPCs that would be like mission givers that have their own full schedules and stuff like that. But all the places will get populated and feel like they're full of life. So you'll have a...
This is 2017, by the way.
Like I said, the whole goal is to have 90% NPCs to 10% players in the universe.
Hey!
And when you come to a place like...
Oh, it's already too late. Thank you for that raid. Welcome everyone from Angry PC Tech Stream. My name is Paul Berserker 1 Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub. We're going down a bit of a trip to memory lane because people are asking what were the first creatures. Someone was making a joke about how long did it take CIG to make creatures? The answer is 7 years.
Like Lawville, a place like ArtCorp, it has to feel like, it has millions of people in it because these cities are that scale and that's sort of what we're used to. And so we're working very hard to build back.
The NPC system is almost exactly the same as it was back when it's almost exactly the same as it was then. I think it's starting to change now, but like the stuff we have where the NPCs are T-posing, a lot of the animations are spot on the exact same.
Background systems to be able to do that, scale it, create them on demand, and create a realistic feeling location on whatever planet you're visiting. So as you can see, there's the Hurston Dynamics, main building off in the distance. So
Central Business District, baby.
Again, that gives you a sense of like the scope and the scale of the city really is.
See that? Like that's now in our that system. That is the exact same crane that is currently in at reclamation centers.
Is compared to what we're doing now. And as I said, one of the things we're working on is fauna. So,
hey, my boys! Blind Oni crabs.
The Cypherpod Oni crabs. So they're little scavengers on Hurston. And there's quite a few other things that we're going to have on Hurston when we do it.
They're Hurston's rats.
You'll have them running around in a bunch
I do
of other
too.
ones. But there you go. There's Lawville, there's Hurston.
All scripted. Memories of a Sandworm. Yep. Gassy boys. They were very gassy. Super gassy. That it would shoot up in the sky and come back down? Yeah. It wasn't all fake. I think when people say, oh, it was fake, they assume that like every single thing of that, like every little bit of that wasn't real. It's like, no, like a lot of those assets are still real. They were stuff that we still use today in the game. It's just that landing zone wasn't real. The planet was real. The Nox's bugs were real because we experienced those as well. But a lot of that stuff was built for the demo. So like the Lorville landing zone was specifically built for the demo. Our Area 18 kind of stuff was built for the demo. A lot of that stuff was built for the demo, and it never got reused or got added in. But so yeah, so that's now that we're seeing 3.3.23 is going to have the first fauna. This was released in October of 2017. So just under 7 years. Now we're just going to get started here at the monthly report. I just wanted to do that before we get started because it's going to be very, very short. The Squadron 42 monthly report is usually very short. We did the monthly report for Star Citizen last month, or for last month's Star Citizen monthly report last time. No one watched it, so I'm just like, it's partially my fault because I released it at the wrong time, but I wanted to release it on Monday at the right time, and I released it on Sunday instead, and I think nobody saw it, and so then you promote it, so. Yeah, blind only crabs are something I want to see CIG return to with their boids, because those are boids. Blind only crabs are 100% boids. Boids are like bird-like objects. So birds, squirrels, rats, anything that is a simple like creature. Something that's not going to, you don't have to interact with. It doesn't have different states. It's just going to fly around or scuttle around and have simple reactions, but that's about it. Yeah, birdoids. They're easier. They're not necessarily easier, but they're lighter on the like apparently because they described in this latest ISC. They said they're like lighter on the requirements. Like the game doesn't when you add them to the game, they don't soak up as much resources as regular entities in NPCs. So. Their flock NPC one thread can flock NPC one thread can run them. Yeah, they're super cheap. That's definitely what blind only crabs are. I'd love for this to see them bring blind only crabs back because they already had a lot of those animations in their in 2017. I'm sure they still have them flying around, just kind of tweaking it here and there. Because it's Star Citizen. Of course, a rat isn't going to exist in Star Citizen. Instead, they're going to use a giant flying bug that's filled with hydrogen gas that when you shoot, it explodes and then can chain react with all the other little tiny mini fucking Hindenburgs that flies around it and cause a giant firebomb in one area because it eats garbage. All right. All right. I said I was going to do this for this one. Stuff for this. All right, chat. You ready for this? Get ready for this. Hello and welcome to another Office Hours capsule. That's right, another small section of my Office Hours live stream. Well, live at twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. I'd love to have you here. Come here to hang out with chat where we talk about lore and news of Star Citizen. Welcome to another monthly report, this time of the Squadron 42 variety from April 2024. As always, I'm going to read this from word for word, add my own little sort of thoughts and interjections to kind of give you the context for what's going on, but this isn't a summary of it. This is a full read through. So sit back, relax, grab yourself something to drink. This is going to be a while. Let's listen to what CIG did for Squadron 42 in the month of April. All right. AI content. April saw the AI content team enhancing dialogue experience, introducing 4 dynamic conversations into Chapter 1 to showcase chapter-specific content more efficiently. They also addressed a critical issue where players could observe NPCs despawning after following them. NPCs now engage with the environment meaningfully until the player exits the area. The team then implemented input variables to enhance flexibility in player AI interactions, allowing for tailored reactions, such as a formal greeting followed by a task-related dialogue, a concise busy response, or no dialogue at all. This expanded functionality proved invaluable for addressing the campaign's diverse narrative scenarios. Overall, NPC behaviors were refined too, with the team resolving a bug causing NPC guard to gradually shift leftwards each time they saluted the player. This was caused by a locator malfunction. That would have been a fun bug to find. Why does he keep moving left? He's just moving. He's now just stuck against the wall over there every time he salutes. The team also rectified an issue where the supervisor NPC was inconsistently present on the Stanton's Bridge across the day-night cycle. For combat mechanics, AI content utilized new mocap to refine how players interact with the Gladius. Alongside this, various tasks and bug fixes were completed to improve the overall player experience. So one of the things we've been seeing is that CIG seems to be very hyper-focused on Chapter 1. I don't know why they are hyper-focused on Chapter 1. I can speculate that it seems like CIG wants to show off Chapter 1, or maybe allow players to play Chapter 1 of Squadron 42 at CitizenCon. Because we all suspect that CitizenCon this year is going to be a big Squadron 42 heavy affair because of a lot of what happened last year with Squadron going into polishing. And there's just a lot of pointing in that direction. So, a Chapter 1 playthrough would make sense, and a lot of the stuff that they seem to be doing here is to kind of refine other elements. So if you really catch a lot of the problems with AI behaviors in Chapter 1, then you can apply those same fixes to the later chapters as well. So. But who knows? It could also be a situation where CIG is just hyper-focusing on Chapter 1 again, and it's going to take them another 7 years to get every single chapter out. I don't think that's the case, but I do know that there are a contingent of people out there who believe that, so we'll see. AI features. Last month, the AI features team made tech updates and bug fixes to AI combat with a persistent universe. Once Alpha 3.23 launches, these improvements will be brought into Squadron 42 to further enhance the flight and combat experience. That is something I've been saying was going to happen for a long time. One of the things that a lot of people have been concerned about is that Squadron 42 is only part 1 of a 3-part game. That's right. The version that we're going to get whenever that releases first is part 1. There are 2 other parts which have been written and possibly mocapped already, and kind of they have a narrative arc that they're going to be sweeping through. It was originally supposed to be 1 game that got broken up to 3. That 3-game arc is still, as far as we know, still coming. And a lot of people were concerned that once Squadron 42 was finished, then that team was just going to roll directly into Squadron 42 Part 2, and none of the teams would be moved back to Star Citizen. So far, we know that's not the case. There are plenty of teams that are moving back to Star Citizen because you don't need to rebuild the UI again. And one of the big things I speculated was that we were going to... what's going to happen is that Star Citizen would become the tech builder, where as Star Citizen advanced, all the tech that was built in and tested with Star Citizen would start to be ported back to Squadron, so that Squadron 42 Part 2 would be using Star Citizen as its kind of playtesting base before it went into development. So, interesting to see that. I think that's the kind of what they're shooting at right now. Because for those who don't know, Squadron 42 and Star Citizen are basically the same game. They're not only built on the same engine, they use the same everything. There's just slight changes, like there's no cutscenes as far as we know in Star Citizen, whereas there is in Squadron. So, AI tech. AI tech began supporting usables reacting to Maelstrom physics. As part of this, the usable will react to the destroyed object and enable or disable specific functionalities. For example, if an engineer inspects a broken wing of a Gladius, they'll notice the damage and perform an appropriate interaction. For cover, the system will react to the object's destruction and notify NPCs that might already be using the cover. Okay, so like they'll move away from breakable cover and that kind of stuff. That was, I think, in the Star Citizen stuff as well. Animation. The animation team worked on numerous space-centered movements throughout April, including zero-G and prone movement in gravity. They also worked on a first-person animations for turrets, interacting with fire extinguishers, medpens, and more. The team has then continued working on player weapon reloading and malfunctions, as well as burning down AI combat animations. So it's a funny term for it, but yeah, burning down. Including reloads and hit reactions. Hit reactions were also shot. The puns, they just keep coming. The hit reactions were also shot for a new enemy class. I see what you're doing. The team is currently closing out several background and life elements across various locations, such as the Idris. They also supported cinematics with mocap shoots for the opening of the campaign. Facial animation teams continue to develop assets for cast characters and player. On the mocap side, the team supported mocap sessions needed to complete specific levels. Gameplay story. April saw gameplay story team focusing on Chapter 1. That's really focusing on Chapter 1. As part of this, they continued bug fixing and polishing with their involvement on the chapter with the chapter tapering off as it nears completion. So Chapter 1 sounds like it's done. In addition to this, the team continued to implement and improve scenes across other chapters, with April's work mostly dealing with Chapter 5. That did seem to be the case, was that as they were finishing up Chapter 1, they were moving on to Chapter 3, 4, and 5, or 2, 3, 4, and 5, with more of an emphasis on 5. It's my belief that Squad 42 is going to have arcs, in the same way that, you know, my fellow weebs out there will understand what an arc is, but narrative arc, where you're going to have a certain section of the story that takes place in one location, covers similar themes, then when that closes out, you move on to another arc, because it's kind of sporadic. It's not like a clear linear line. There may be jumps in time from days to weeks to months to years. We don't know off the part. So, in addition, the team continued to implement and improve scenes across other chapters, with April's mostly dealing with Chapter 5. For example, they overhauled the scene within an elevator with new mocap and encouragement lines. It was great to see all these elements working together with great timing in game. Gameplay story team. Also for Chapter 5, a scene on a tram platform received new mocap to improve how a key character reacts to the player. Narrative. Throughout April, narrative progressed with tasks started in previous months alongside re-examining remaining work to make sure that everything is covered and tracked. The team continued generating environmental chatter that will be sprinkled through the story to provide additional backstory and insights into the social dynamics of the crew. Additionally, narrative worked closely with the core gameplay to implement the Galactopedia. Yes! Testing out the layout, content, and triggering. This is being trialed on a sample level to establish standardized processes before being applied across the game. So, I don't know if CIG is just going to have a big list of the Galactopedia where you can always go to it, or if it's going to have the sort of like ping system where like you see something new, it'll update your Galactopedia, tell you things. I think it's probably going to be a big list, or maybe a hybrid of those things. This is talking about triggering for various entities. I don't know why it would trigger. So for those of you who are Mass Effect fans, think of something like the Codex there. Only I assume you could always access those files. It's just, it'll pin or trigger a specific point, say, hey, this is, a Copian. This is a Marach kind of thing. But we don't know. We'll see. The team continued to review text used for mission objectives, as well as on-screen tutorials based on the level design's latest updates to the game flow, to ensure players have a clear understanding of what's needed from them. This will be an ongoing endeavor as the levels are solidified and tested. Work also continued with several external vendors to generate collectible content that will be found throughout the game. There's a lot of Easter eggs and like various additional collectible stuff. While we can't get into specifics to avoid spoilers, this additional content should provide really fun Easter eggs for players to track down. Narrative team. Finally, Narrative kicked off an initiative across several teams to better test and validate their voice packs. While versions of this have existed for some time, the aim for it is to feature a gameplay-centric interface that will allow the narrative audio and design teams to modify the combat experience through debug triggers that can help satisfy conditions to trigger the lines. Yeah, collectibles. Of course, spoilers. Yeah, the ironic part about the narrative saying spoilers is that there is so much that lore has already spoiled for like, even there are straight up spoilers on the Galactopedia or the main game that they just post, and it's like CIG official. It's like, what are you doing? Why are you doing this, CIG? And there's been so many leaks that like I've known the basic plot structure and even some of the specific events that have happened that are going to happen in Squadron 42 for years now. Obviously, some of that's going to change a little bit as time goes on, but it's always funny when they hear them say spoilers. Finally, Narrative kicked off an initiative across several teams to better test and validate their voice packs. I think we already talked about that, yeah. Modify combat experience through debug triggers that can help satisfy conditions of trigger lines. Tech animation. The tech animation team continued to generate and implement new head assets for the DNA gene pool. They're not far from completed the initiative of 80 heads. Many devs are currently dealing with the complications of players and NPC putting on and taking off clothes live in the engine. My stars. We're getting naked. CIG's animation team is having double trouble with NPCs getting nudie. This has been an ongoing for some time, and with the addition of animation resources into the mix, we are seeing great headway in both generating the assets for the animation and generating usable pipelines to expedite the entire process for everyone involved. I guess it's like to actually like put like showing an animation of you putting on your suits and stuff like that. Additionally, the team are intrinsic in the creation and implementation of new creatures for both PU and Squadron 42. They're also involved in work towards consumables and the setup of foodstuffs, with the team aiming to guide this initiative and promote time-saving workflows. Tech design. Last month, Tech Design began moving recent ship AI changes from the PU into Squadron 42. They also set up new ammo crate entities, provided miscellaneous tech support, and fixed several bugs. UI. In April, the UI team focused on the opening level of the game, creating several motion graphic videos of boot-up sequences for when the player uses tech for the first time. They also used to work out the timings of animated sequences, so once they're signed off, they can easily be recreated in engine. The team also worked on the UI for one of the alien races. VFX. Last month, the VFX team worked on a holographic shader improvements, including extending the feature set so that it can be more widely used by the art and design teams. As usual, general support for the art, cinematics, and design continued, including positive steps for destruction workflows. All right, so I think we've learned a lot this month, and I think the main thing we've learned is Chapter 1 is a heavy focus right now. And I'm going to go out on a limb, go on a little bit of a limb here, and say I believe that CIG is polishing Chapter 1 for two reasons. Number one, they're polishing it because they're using that as the base standard for the rest of the game. So once that's done, they can take a lot of the things they've learned from Chapter 1 and then apply that to the rest of the, that polished technique to the rest of the chapters. And for those who are unfamiliar, Star Citizen has something like 24 chapters. Or Squadron 42 has 24 chapters. It might be 27 chapters. I'd have to double check and look it up. But it has in the mid-20 range of chapters. And some of those chapters are very long, and some of them are very short, with the average being about an hour. Hour to 2 hours per chapter. So, Star Citizen base is something like 40 to 60 hours to beat, or Squadron 42 is. So, I am going to put my experience, and I'm going to give you my experiential leak, exclusive leak for you. That I believe the other reason is because CIG is going to do something with the first chapter of Squadron 42 for CitizenCon. It might be a demo. It might be a playable level for players. It might even be something that players can play at home. I don't know. At the very least, it seems like this is going to be the main focus, or a huge focus, for Squadron in anything dealing with Squadron at CitizenCon in October of this year. But as always, I want to hear your thoughts down below about anything we talked about. Am I just high on the copium dogs when it comes to any of my theories? Do you think it has merit? Do you think, oh, this is a good idea? I think you're right. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. And as always, join us live at twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive. I'd love to use you hit that like button, subscribe for more content, and hit the bell icon to be notified of these release. It really does help with that. The liking really does help spread it out. It tells YouTube that you liked it, to tell other people like you that they would like it, and so it helps promote the channel a lot more. So just a little touch does a lot. It goes a long way. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. Not too bad. Typically, it's about 15 minutes. That was about 18 minutes. So, question: one of the alien races. What race other than Vandal do you think is in Squadron 42? Zarek, I'm going to tell you, I don't think I know what the other race is in Squadron 42, but I'm not going to say it because it's a spoiler. I will say CIG has already spoiled it multiple times, like with previews. So it's not too hard to guess, but I'm not going to say it out loud. Just in case someone wants to be surprised by that. Because that is 100% a spoiler. Do you think the reason they're making CitizenCon day 2 shorter is so we can play the demo? Day 2 is longer, if I remember correctly. Isn't day 1 that's shorter and day 2 is longer? Day 1 is longer and day 2 is shorter. So it's the opposite of what it was last time, where day 2 was longer and day 1 was shorter. Yes, fishy. If the Xian are turtle-like and a Xian studied ninjutsu, would that make them a ninja turtle? Yes. Master, they're about the same. Hey, Jacob. Mentioned that 3 legacy ships were rigged for paints. As far as I know, there are only 3 ships in game that haven't had paints yet. 890 Jump, Terrapin, and Gladiator. Also the PTV. The PTV isn't rigged for proper skins yet. And I don't think the MPUV is. No, I think it is now. But yeah. Sort of. I'm probably going to, if the Info Runners manage to make it as well, I will be doing a lot of streams from the Info Runners, but I will do a couple of like catch-up streams if I can. The problem is that it's live from the floor isn't really live from the floor. It's live from the floor on a different continent, from a different country. So I don't know if I'm going to have like internet from my phone that'll work very well, but... Let's couple other things. I've been giving my thoughts in real time, Paul. What are your thoughts? Shower scenes? You want shower scenes? Is that what I'm saying? 142 for 2025? Possibly. I'm a little concerned that they're going to go with October of 2025, which is like flicking the bull's nuts when it comes to playing with fire and releasing anything around GTA 6, but you do you, boo. SitCon has Wi-Fi. Have they confirmed that it has Wi-Fi? Because that is 100% going to be overloaded with 5,000 people trying to use the Wi-Fi. I think there's some other ground vehicles that don't have paints. Not rigged for paints. But one of them is almost certainly the PTV. How many movie stars at CitizenCon this year? We did have actually, we did have a movie star at CitizenCon last year. It was interesting. So will CIG drop 3.23 tomorrow or on the weekend? It really depends. Apparently there's a really, really nasty bug that's preventing them from dropping, and they can't release it until they fix that bug. And I think that's an absolute deal breaker for them. I'm not going to... Okay, this is going to sound harsh, but I don't care. I don't care if Rono Mitra or Mark Hamill or John Rice Davies or even, you know, fucking Henry Cavill is there, right? I don't care about actors going to CitizenCon. It's neat. It's nice. But it's not important, in my opinion. Like... Why I'm going to CitizenCon is to hang out with citizens, with other fans, to enthuse about the game and to learn more about the future of the game and to get to know more people around it. Oh, CIG will make a huge deal about it, but I don't. And the merch is nice, yeah. They're going to have handlers. They're going to have various... You might see them on like a panel or something like that. You're not going to see them. As you mentioned, John Cruz said at CitizenCon that after RSI were deciding whether to do Anvil or Misk. Which would you prefer? Anvil has more ships. The Misk stuff isn't as important as the Anvil stuff either, because you've got the Crucible, which is repair, and you've got the Liberator, which is transport. With Misk, it's the Odyssey, which doesn't matter because we already have the Carrick. And it's what's the other one? The Expanse, which are both and both of those are like refining ships, but there will be other refining ships as well. Endeavor, okay. All right, as a member of the cult of the Endeavor, I understand the hype for our Lord and Savior Endeavor. But you must understand that our Lord and Savior Endeavor is like Ragnarok. When it arrives, it will be the end of all things. So there is no absolute fucking way that the Endeavor is making it in 1.0. Anyone who thinks that Endeavor is anything but a post 1.0 ship is high. Absolutely high. And if you cannot come to understand that our Lord and Savior Endeavor will come at the end of all things, then you do not have a place within the cult of the Redeemer, of the Endeavor. The hate cult of the Redeemer. The slip was very telling. The slip was going to tell you that you should go get a Redeemer instead, and be disappointed in what you have now. Because the Redeemer is apparently incredibly bad this patch. The Redeemer is just a badly designed ship. You can just stop at that. But yeah, I don't think we're gonna see Misk next. I do think the next one's going to be Anvil, because Anvil also doesn't have a lot of crazy stuff. Like repair is needed with the Crucible, and that's probably the craziest ones. The Liberator is just a big ship that can carry things, so it's not that complicated. The Expanse and the Odyssey both need an entirely different gameplay loop to exist that doesn't exist yet. Well, the Crucible does as well. The Crucible is like a fundamental one that every single like ship and universe is going to need. So I think the Liberator, because Liberator is more important than the in terms of like Liberator and the Crucible are more important than the Expanse or the Odyssey. I think that will be the thing that gets more priority. It's just better for gameplay purposes. We don't know. We don't know when they're doing the Orion. I think the Orion is still probably on the chopping block, or still is part of it, because I wouldn't be surprised if we got the Rastra than the Orion. I'm gonna delete that, Aparky. Go to a gang's territory and start shooting people. I forgot about that. The context was if you went to a gang's territory today and started shooting people, see what would happen. You'd get absolutely fucking murked by the gang pretty quickly. That was the whole point of like the realism, the kind of like the logic justification of why being a murder hobo is not going to play out. It's interesting to hear a lot of the PvP, PvE talk, because I think it was sort of spurred on by Zach kind of weighing in on it, with Zach saying that the PvP community is actually even smaller, way smaller than even that poll that was being held was. I think a lot of people miss the point, because a lot of people are like, oh, this is just about toxic, about how PvP players feel like they have to justify their existence, and the PvE players are saying that, you know, all the PvP players are doing is just murder hoboing. It's like, no, the argument about PvP versus PvE, in my mind, has always been expectations. If you say Star Citizen is a PvP game, you are lying to people. Because when you say PvP, right? What do you imagine? If I said open world PvP, what games come to mind? Brilliance is an alien ship, yeah. WoW? WoW is an open world PvP game to you. PlanetSide, GTA, Rust, Ark, GTA Online, Rust, Hog. Jim Pasta's just fucking, or Husker Du is just fucking trolling me right now. GTA, yeah. Division. So if we're looking at like those games, what is this? There's a common thread between all of those games you just mentioned, and all of them, the main way of resolving conflicts and the main way you interact with other players is violence. PlanetSide is literally just a combat game. GTA 5 isn't necessarily a combat game, but there's a lot of combat in it, and that's the main way you interact with other people. There is racing and stuff like that, but violence is still an option in all of those. Rust and Ark aren't necessarily at their core combat games, but again, how you interact with the other people around you, generally speaking, is violence. There's not a lot of other systems out there for you to do other than tame or build or gather resources. So the main crux and the main loop that people play in these online PvP games is obviously PvP. They fight each other. Star Citizen, that is not the main crux. The main point of Star Citizen is not to get into a ship and fight other players. In fact, CIG is developing systems which will actively punish you for doing that. So calling Star Citizen a PvP game is setting people up for disappointment. Not because there won't be PvP. Of course there'll be PvP. Star Citizen is an open world universe with PvP that's allowable pretty much everywhere. CIG wants you to fuck around and find out. But there's going to be finding out once you fuck around. Yeah, and that's what CIG is going to do, is they're going to push those players into Pyro. There will still be PvP, but the place you can get that sign of instant dopamine, fuck things up sort of hit is going to be in places like Pyro. And even then, the vast majority of your interactions are not going to be with other players, but with NPCs, because of how CIG wants to build the universe. So PvP is still definitely going to be possible, and there's still definitely going to be things that happen, and a great example of that is Jumptown. Like Jumptown and what is it? The the Crash Starfarer mission, the missions around like the heist missions on Korea, all of those are like PvP centric missions. There's a lot of PvP stuff in them, which makes sense. But if you notice, they're all events. They're all specific events at specific locations. So you go to a specific location at a specific time when a specific event pops to fight PvP. You don't just fly around and shoot each other randomly. And again, CIG is going to actively discourage that with things like the reputation system, the soft permadeath stuff with regen, and the IVS sort of things, like with how regen's going to work, like light permadeath, and also logistics. It's like these things are going to make it suck to do PvP unless you're really good or really prepared. It is not going to be Warzone. You're not going to be able to jump in and just shoot people. It's not even going to be Rust, where you can run around with a rock and like dome people's brains in without any kind of like problems. It's completely different. It's probably more akin to something like WoW than it is something like Rust or even Tarkov. And as a result, I do think that it's more of a like, stop telling people it's a PvP game. It's just not. And it's not going to be balanced like a PvP game. It's not going to be like a PvP game that people really want it to be. And so the majority of the game is going to be PvE. But to say the game is PvE is disingenuous itself as well, because that means that, oh, you're not going to get involved in PvE. PvP is always possible. Someone can just walk around and find out. It's entirely the idea. It's part of the allure. It's part of the threat. It's an open world universe where the game isn't punishing you for making decisions. They are going to have consequences for your decisions, but they're not going to punish you actively for doing that. And I wouldn't even call it a PvE game, because that also centers the entire game around combat. Like, combat is 1/16 of the full game experience. To be generous, it's like 1/8 of the full experience. The vast majority of players who are shipping cargo from point A to point B probably won't encounter an interdiction, but like once a week, or even like that, even if that. It's not going to be a super rare occurrence, but it's not going to happen all the time, especially in certain locations. Same with like mining and salvage and repair and medical and, refining. All of these gameplay loops have nothing to do with me taking a gun out and shooting at somebody. They can be, that can always be a threat. That can always happen, but it's not the main focus of the loop. Combat is really combat and bounty hunting. That's pretty much it. Those are the two things that are mostly focused on combat. Yeah, it's a curated and regulated sandbox, It's still... naming systems are weird. When you say PvE, that's not necessarily what people are thinking. People don't think, oh, PvE. So that would be like saying, let's see, a good example of this. Hard Space Shipbreaker is a PvE game. Viscera Cleanup Detail is a PvE game. What's the one where you have to like cook things in a restaurant? Like all those like co-op cooking games, those are PvE games. People wouldn't describe them as PvE. They describe them as simulation or other things like that. Yeah, Overcooked, yeah. And that's the problem, is that as I've said many times in my deluded brains at fucking 11 o'clock at night on a Thursday, definitions in gaming makes no fucking sense. The definitions of gaming's genres is fucking wrong and weird and based off of a lot of context that doesn't exist anymore. Star Citizen is, at its core, Star Citizen. and describing it in a way that involves anything even remotely kind of pigeonholing it as a space combat game or as a combat game in general is not the right message to send. Do I only count survival games as PvE? No, I'd count something like a Helldivers as a PvE game. Same with things like Deep Rock Galactic, Left 4 Dead. Like the Left 4 Dead Children, co-op PvE stuff, or co-op PvE stuff. I'd even say something like Phasmophobia and Lethal Company. And like Assassin's Creed is a PvE game. Welcome, Velocity. Well, there's a co-op cooking game. Yeah, Overcooked it's a way to break friendships. Yeah, roguelite, Soulsborne. We're talking about how the definitions of games doesn't make any sense. The way in on the whole PvE versus PvP crowd of Star Citizen is that it's just Star Citizen defies definition because CIG is going for a genre that doesn't exist. They're taking other genres and they're smushing them together to create a game, which is a good practice. It's how Blizzard makes games, or used to make games before Blizzard sucked. Before Blizzard became shitty. It's how a lot of games are created. You take a hybrid game. You take an idea of one thing, you take another thing. You take your peanut butter and you take your chocolate and you smash them together and you create Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. Grab genres with now Keith. Yeah. And that's like why I think the whole debate is pointless. The whole debate is pointless. It's an open world sandbox with PvE elements with primary focus on player-driven engagements. Right now it is. I don't think Star Citizen long-term is going to be focused exclusively on player-driven engagements. I think Star Citizen's mostly going to be focused on player cooperative experiences that could turn into player versus player experiences, but also players don't have to deal with other people at all. It's complicated because Star Citizen has more in common with a game like Second Life than it does Rust. No, I don't think that Star Citizen is uniquely special to not be describable by genre. I'm just afraid of using genre terms kind of willy-nilly is going to attract a weird group of, attract the wrong attention to the game in the sense that it's going to lead to disappointment. Because I'd also say that Star Citizen's unique in that Star Citizen doesn't fit into a lot of genres. It's one of those weird genre hybrid games. Because you can look at something like Left 4 Dead. It's a horde co-op shooter. And there is so many games that fit that definition. And even though they're not necessarily first person, some of them are third person, like Helldivers, things like Deep Rock Galactic, like I said. But that is a genre you can play. Dark Tide, another example, Vermintide. That's a genre of games. Soulsborns are Soulsborns. Like, you know what they are when you see them. And there are some crossovers here and there, but people generally stick to the genres. CIG is actively just flaunting genre conventions because of the nature of what they're building is not easy. And it's weird, and it's fucked up, and it's probably keeping a lot of developers at CIG up late at night trying to figure out how the fuck they're going to cram a survival game into a tycoon game, you know, or and a sim game. A pipe dream is not a bad discussion with it, you know. Probably the best way of describing it is an MMO. I think that is you're right, Luna. I think that is the best way of describing Star Citizen. It's an MMO. Because that tends to encapsulate a lot of the PvP, PvE, non-PvE or PvE content. It's an MMO, a massively multiplayer online game. Sandbox MMO is the best way of putting it. But the problem when you get to sandbox, it becomes a little complicated because it's like not a true sandbox. It's sort of a true sandbox. It's got elements of things like it's probably more akin to Star Wars Galaxies than it is WoW, but it still has that WoW element to it. And I'm not saying Star Citizen's a special snowflake in that it's the only game that defies all genre expectations. There are plenty of games that do this. I mean, the original WoW is a great example, or MMOs in general. Doom was an example of a game that didn't exist. It created a genre that didn't exist before it. Obviously, we've talked about Rogue, Souls, Dark Souls. Those created their own genres of games that didn't exist before them. I could see Star Citizen spawning a Star Citizen alike, a citizen alike in the distant future, of this sort of idea of mashing like tycoon, sim, and survival and combat games together. Yeah, but no one called them Wolfenstein clones. They always called them. They called FPSs Doom clones. Most humans reason by analogy, and using genres is another way of communicating the way the game is with labels without people familiar with. Exactly, and that's the problem I have with using imprecise labeling. Because by using imprecise labeling, you're labeling the game as something that somebody else is already kind of using for other references to. So like a PvE game might be The Division. You know, the PvE elements of The Division exist, but there's also the Dark Zone, which allows for PvP. You could say that it's something like Destiny is a PvPvE game, live service, but you know, same sort of moniker. There's definitely a PvP element. There's also a PvE element. Those are PvPvE games. Tarkov is a PvPvE game. And Starlight, because everything's stars, is star with this game. CIG doesn't have the ability to define what people call it, but do you think they'll license out server meshing when they get it right, even given how unique it is? Only if it works with. Here's the thing: no game is built with every single piece of a like. You don't get a like Unreal Engine, like the Unreal Dev Kit. You don't just pull out the Unreal Dev Kit and just make a game with the parts that are there. You can make some parts with it, and you can make some games with it. But if you want to make a specific game, you're going to have to take the Unreal Engine apart and break it up into different parts and probably modify it to make it do what you want it to do. And sometimes there are tools that are available for it, but you're never going to use the exact same tools for everything. Every game is unique in its tools. I think the technology behind Star Citizen's server meshing could be useful for other games, but it wouldn't work unless you had the Star Engine. It's really a tool for the Star Engine, not a tool for other games. I'm really curious what that Hello Games is going to do with Light No Fire. They said it's going to be one big world with everyone in it. Is that server meshing? Probably. They'll probably use some sort of technology. The idea that Star Citizen, the thing about Star Citizen is that Star Citizen isn't using new technology when it comes to server meshing and all sorts of things. They're using technology in a novel way. Server meshing has been around forever. It's been around since the 90s. Server meshing as a technology is not new. However, streaming it seamlessly from one server to another is difficult, and most games that have multi-server setups like that have some sort of loading screen between them, or a hidden loading screen somewhere. Genres evolve over time. Souls-like is just 3D Metroidvania. Yeah, that's another one of putting at that. Yeah, so like the thing that Star Citizen is unique is that it's taking a lot of these ideas and trying to leverage cloud computing. That's really, and I'm going to blow your mind with this, but this was always the plan from the very beginning of the game, and I can tell you why. What is the name of Star Citizen's developer? The name of Star Citizen's developer is the literal basis upon which Star Citizen was designed for. Cloud Imperium, not Chris Roberts. Cloud Imperium. Cloud as in the cloud, game cloud sort of thing. Imperium as in, Star Citizen's CIG, the UEE. The Cloud Imperium of Man. It's literally in their company name. They could have named themselves anything. They named themselves Cloud Imperium because they're using specifically cloud engineered tools. At the time, cloud tech was super new when Star Citizen was first kickstarted. It was a novelty, and people were thinking about how could you use cloud tech in games. And that's really what CIG was built to do, was to try to take cloud gaming and make it a thing. Cloud tech and make it a thing in games. Now that was 12 years ago, and that's changed. Things have changed since then, but probably if Star Citizen does DSM at scale, it's going to force gaming industry to develop many versions of their own. DSM? Dynamic server meshing. Oh, yeah. I could see people using the tech or taking inspiration to do it on their own, because what dynamic server meshing does is it allows for affordable, high graphical fidelity online gaming. Low latency online gaming. That is a holy grail that many companies have been chasing for years. Because one of the reasons why most MMOs look like ass is because they're built and don't use like real-time like actions, like inputs and stuff like FPS stuff, is because they have to sacrifice quality and timing for scale. It's always been the problem. And what CIG was trying to tackle is the scale problem while keeping the fidelity, the looks of a game, and it's like skill-based system. Will any publisher let a game company do it? That's another question. We're not exactly like walking into an era of fat wallets and crazy ideas for gaming. We're entering a dark age for gaming currently, where there's going to be a lot of shrinkage, and there's a lot of brain drain going on in gaming because people are fleeing the industry who've been part of the industry for a while, finding safer jobs in similar industries because gaming is firing people. They're shutting down studios. So your option is either go indie, which is really tough and hard to make money, or go to another industry that's more stable, like banking. So that's the question. We have no idea if CIG is going to inspire other people to do it, or if there's the technology makes it easier to do it. The $1 billion question, will Spectrum melt if CIG sells their tech and doesn't put profits into the game? I don't see Chris Roberts, as long as he's the head, not putting it back into the game. For Chris Roberts, this is not really about money or even fame. Chris Roberts is a very old man. Not very old. He's probably the same age as the average Star Citizen backer. But, when you reach the age where Chris Roberts directed a Hollywood movie, basically revolutionized the idea of blockbuster gaming in the 90s, led the way for games like Halo and Call of Duty to even exist, and to be treated as actual products that are super popular, that are like media franchises. Chris Roberts has already secured his point in the Gaming Hall of Fame 20 years ago. Chris came back because he wanted to come back, because he wants to make the game. And it's clear at that point. So I doubt that Chris would not reinvest the money back into Star Citizen. The $1 billion question is, will Chris sell CIG once he's done what he wants to do? Two years ago, the average Star Citizen player was 50 years old. I think it's younger now, but it's not that much younger. But that's the question. That is the question. How long is CIG going to stay independent, and how long will Chris do? What will happen when Star Citizen is complete? When there's that 100 systems in game, and Chris is doing everything he wants to do? Will he just retire? He has 2 kids, and a wife. I think effectively, when Star Citizen is sold, and it's not when CIG is sold, and I don't think it's an if, it's a when. I don't think it's anytime soon, but it's going to happen eventually. That is the death of Star Citizen. The only thing that can kill Star Citizen is Star Citizen, and it will be that. I think the average age of the backers, we haven't seen a lot of demographics information from CIG for a while, but I think the average age of of a CIG backer is late 30s to mid 40s. Based off of my demographics that I see on my videos, generally speaking, it's a male, middle to higher income male with between the ages of like 35 and 45. Without sounding like a fuckhead, does Sandy actually do anything daily basis? Sandy is not involved in the company beyond, as far as I understand. She's on the board of directors. That's her main focus. How much a thought about base building? If a person in an Oregon, Australia, and one in the UK or claim a plot of land in the same place at the same time, what do you think will happen? I don't know. That's a fringe question, honestly. The CIG will have to deal with it. I think the main answer is that CIG is not going to duplicate bases across every server. I think it's going to be whatever shard you're in is where that's in, and that's it. Sandy was like VP of marketing for a while, but she's not been VP of marketing for like a decade. Well, not a decade, but like, 5 years or so. Raptor, there's a lot more than one river. I know you've been away from a while, but they've had rivers in the game for over a year now. Multiple rivers. No problem, Kairos. Shards are going to be large, though, right? Like, not like US West, but USA, OS, EU. That's, I think, their goal, is to have one giant shard per region. And for people, before anyone freaks out, the idea is that you can go to every shard. If you're in the US shard, you can go to the EU shard, but, and you take your character there, that you can transport them back and forth. But if you, but you're gonna have to deal with like the lag and stuff like that. I haven't been away, I've just been on other moons. Awesome, Kairos. Later. That's true. With the recent revelation in fiber optics transmission, transatlantic internet might reach less than 1.01 second of transmission. That's true. For those of you who don't know, they've discovered significant. There are actually other bands of like transmission bands inside fiber optic cables, which are so fast that you can download like terabits of information. It's like, it's not megabits, it's terabits. It's insanely fast how quickly you can use them. Yeah, 5,000 times faster than what we've been using. The problem is that now that they've discovered this, you know what they're going to do is they're going to charge you through the roof to use that part of the line, even though that part of the line has always been there and always will be there. They're now going to start charging you extra money because they want to. It doesn't actually change anything. It won't even actually change. You don't even have to install new hardware, but they're going to say, go fuck yourself. Nope, it's the same cables. It uses the exact same cables that fiber optic cables that exist. They just found other transmission bands within the fiber optic cables which are faster. Yeah, anywhere that's not that doesn't have fiber optics is the issue. Depends. In the UA, you can't charge more based on this. That's true, but in the US you can. unless the governments of North America actually step up and start passing laws against it. That's 100% something they're going to do.
You can take away my spaceship.
One advancement closer to full dive Neuralink MMORPGs. Fishy wants to die.
Space lasers.
Fishy took a look at Sword Art Online, was like, that's the goal. Death games.
A terrible Anansi just resubscribed for 12 months. New name, same me. Happy anniversary.
Hey, a terrible Anansi. You're very important, pupper, very impressive, very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Terrible Bishop. Terrible Bishop, right? Is now a terrible Anansi. It's good. This is your follow user from drinking that. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. 12 months. 1 year. Nice. Yes, fiber optics use light. They're literally like light beams. And if I remember correctly, because this is, again, I am not an expert in this sort of thing, but it has to do with the wavelength that the data is transmitted through with fiber optic. I saw some news about it. It's pretty recent. It's like only a couple of weeks, maybe a month old, that this was done. It must be said, it's still an active research and not be possible for now in an industrial scale implementation. How does light travel faster than another light? I think it's more of a the way it works is it's a matter of bandwidth rather than speed. Because one of the biggest problems is when it comes to like updating and returning information is that you're taking a lot of information and transmitting it bit by bit back to a location, and then bit by bit comes back to you. So the speed matters, but so does the bits in and out. So like you can only get so much information and give so much information because you're limited by the speed, the speed behind back both of them. Yeah, it's a matter of how much data can travel over each particle of light. And the new technologies that they've been researching have discovered that you can basically drop, they've been able to drop a fuck ton of information in compared to what we do now over the same lines. It's about amplitude, yeah. So you can get a ton of information in and out much faster because before that same amount of information would have been bit in over the same period of times where you can just be like 1 second, it's all there. It's like the difference between trying to like between like a bucket brigade and a hose is what it is. Yeah, we've widened the funnel. Yeah. March 29th, 2024, they hit the news 301 terabits per second. Yeah. It's a tap in a fire hose. And that's kind of the thing. It's like it's about the information you're getting and receiving, like giving and receiving, rather than the speed. Different parts of the light spectrum have vastly different amplitudes, yes. The problem with using servers on the other side of the world isn't bandwidth, but latency. Yes, that's the main problem. That's the one thing that CIG is always going to have to deal with is the speed of light is a limiter, which is the reason why having a global server, one global server, probably will never work for CIG, because that is always going to be a limiting factor. Because latency will always be a problem depending on who you are and where you are. I could see, like, the thing about that sort of, those sorts of, like, ins and outs is that's really good for transferring data. And the things that transfer a lot of data that we often use are, you know, financial data, but also things like gaming and movies and television. So it would basically mean instant downloads of very complex stuff that would usually take a long time. So it's an improvement in the experience of the average user, but we don't know how much that would improve games themselves. You're always as fast as your slowest hop. Yes, but when the difference between one hop is you can carry 1 carrot versus carrying 300,000 carrots. Carrying 100 carrots versus 3 million carrots every hop. And the hop is the same speed. Do the math. Yeah, generally speaking, games only barely update back and forth. But a lot of that update, I think, has to do with more how games had to be built in order for those updates to matter. Oh, if that makes sense. It means that you would have more emphasis on the player themselves and their systems being able to process all that information versus trying to send the information from a remote computer to your game to then tell it what's going on. Yeah, it's an interesting question because it'll see right now all games are built off of the idea that this is what you have. These are the limitations you have to work in terms of technology. Something like this gets added, it can change how you do things, but it would also be limited based off of who has access to that technology. So it could be a situation where game companies will just move away from this idea, or we'll have to wait until like fiber optics becomes standardized everywhere instead of old copper cables. Yeah, most games are built for common use. It doesn't matter if the best line can do support, if you can support one megabit users. Exactly. It really depends on adoption, because we've seen something like this before. Cloud gaming, cloud computing gaming has been attempted before. And it works, kind of, but it's so like reliant on other factors. I have a release kit 1 of Oculus. You know, I've got an original Oculus Rift that I haven't booted up in a long time. That's another great example of, like, new technology comes out, it requires other people to adapt to it. So. That's true. And I think that may be where cloud computing can come in a little bit more, because I think the way that Star Citizen and a lot of cloud compute gaming works is that you connect to your local node for the cloud computing, and then that connects to the backend service. So your latency is as far as your local node is to that service. So instead of having to directly connect to the backend service in, say, Austin from Australia, you're connecting to your local node, which is then faster connection to the Austin and then back. So you're using kind of like a relay system, which is faster than you kind of trying to connect and then connect back because it's, you know, more direct route. You're still limited by processing and RAM. Yes, we'll always do that. But that's also going up. Plus caching. We have global replication of data. That's all the cloud is. Yes, but it's like the data is a lot. The backend services is a lot more than just that, you know. All right, y'all. It is getting late. It's 11:30 my time, which means I've been streaming 4 hours. Interesting conversations, lots of cool information and news. I'm definitely interested in the Squadron 42 month report. I'm probably gonna have to clickbait it because the last one didn't do well, so I'm gonna do a little bit of clickbait by saying playable Squadron at CitizenCon ? But yeah. I 100% believe that's what that monthly report is. It is definitely pushing towards that. So maybe MechWarrior this weekend. I have to message Loken because I think I'm gonna have to cancel the stream tomorrow because I need to get a couple of videos. I need to get the current video I'm doing done and out to backers, to Patreons, and then I have to finish writing and recording the audio for the Anvil video and then start editing that this weekend. Because I got to get that done this weekend / Monday or Tuesday of this week for Patreons, and then it's going to go out for everybody else on Anvil Day during the Invictus week. So, and the one that I'm doing right now, which is the Fall of Virgil, the story of Fall of Virgil, that's going out to Patreons, and then it's not coming back to everybody else until after Invictus is over with. It's going to be the Anvil video is the big one that I'm going to put in there. So, you know how to get a girl excited. But it's one of those things where I'm gonna, yeah. The other thing is part 4, Complete History of the Star Citizen Universe. Part 4 is done. I have to review it, send my changes back to my editor. And I got to that's a 40-minute long video. It's going to take me 2 hours to review that and send it back for changes. So, and I might even do more changes because when it goes up to the Patreons, it'll be one thing. All right. With that being said, love your faces. Have a good night. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.